make sure to watch the rest of NLC RPS group stage later this week. Cheers to that.
Oh, it feels so good, man. It feels so good. I love the video. I love the video. How did it taste? Was it good?
It wasn't very good. It definitely wasn't very good. It was more of a paste than a liquid, but yeah,
Use a spoon.
not the best. I probably should have. Regardless, we are here back with the knockouts. Sure, Sweden may have taken the upper hand. We're not going to talk about how Denmark did. I don't know why I was the only one doing a penalty. But today, we will 100% guaranteed see Sweden lose.
Yeah, Duckling was the smart one, taking the side of Sweden, contacted me early and be like, yo, can I like collab with you guys so I actually get a win here? And they did. So I'm happy for Denmark. I'm happy for Sweden. And we're going to get a lot more Sweden today with two teams coming in. We could take a look at the knockout stage, I think, like playoffs. Do we have a cutie?
We should have the brackets soon up. But as mentioned, today is the day of team kills as K5 from the NLC Division 2, a Swedish team, will be facing off against Bloodline. And later on, we will see the two UK representatives face off against each other. So, while victorious in the group stage, now they will guaranteed be taking some L's.
I mean, this is the first time I can actually relax when a Swedish team is playing, because no matter what, a Swedish team will move on, and I can just enjoy some high-tier League of Legends. So I'm here for it. Like, somebody has to lose, that's fine. But I'll have one Swedish team in semifinals, and that's further than we went last time. So not get eliminated in quarters at least.
You say that you may be able to relax, but we are going to have some interesting games, especially this game 1, because some substitutions have come up with one of our teams, where Bloodline are sending in the manager Gab into the jungle, and Citroen will be swapping over to the AD carry position.
Yeah, Citroen has been playing ADC a lot in the Swedish Online League. I think even he won the Swedish Online League last season as an AD carry. So going back to one of his natural positions and taking in the brother of one of the best junglers in Swedish Online League history, Slice, and he will take part there. So I think it's going to be a good addition to that team, and it will make them even more fierce than they were in groups.
Yeah, and for K5, they have a very similar roster to what they were rocking in Division 2. I think the AD carry is the only new face. Chilenare will be joining in for the RPS. And reminder, this is a knockout bracket, so no second chances, just a single best of 3 will be decided who advances. Of course, everyone would love to keep their Division 2 spot if they already had one.
Exactly. Bloodline looking for it for the first time, in K5, of course, defending theirs as they're one of the relegating teams together with G2 Hell. But a best of 3 will decide which Swedish team moves on. We have 4 of them going into this with 4 out of 8, so 50% Swedish teams. It's a good chance we have a Swedish team in NLC RPS Division 2 or NLC Division 2.
Surely you'll have a Swedish team in the final. Surely nobody has ever choked in the RPS, have they? Not Finland. They would never do that sort of thing.
Well, we're different. We have yellow instead of white.
But yeah, about our matchup for the upcoming game. We've already talked a little bit about the teams, but I think this is going to be a very explosive matchup. You say that you're going to get to relax. I don't think so. You have Nodu down on the bot side of the map, who already is known as a very aggressive player. If he gets his thresh, those hooks are going to be flying left, right, and center, and most of the time hitting its targets. So bot lane should have a ton of agency in this upcoming game.
Yeah, Swedish Online League legend Nodu, 2-time champion Season 2, Season 4. Amazing player. Thresh is the name of the game. And I think they're going to ban out his Thresh. And if they don't, well, you're in for a treat, everyone. I can tell you that. God,
there's still a ton more target bans that you can have to go for against K5. For example, you have Afresh in the jungle. Rengar is an absolute monster on the current patch. Even though you don't see that much in the competitive scene. If you have a skilled Rengar player at the Division 2 or RPS National League level, it can wreak havoc if you have a nice supportive mid laner to set up for it.
I mean, in an ADC meta, nobody wants to face a Rengar. Let's be honest here. Like, it's not a fun champion to face. Everybody loves cats, but everyone hates a Rengar and Yuumi. So, I mean, it's a combination we hate.
Why are all the cat champions so annoying? But
I don't know, man.
On Bloodline side of things, though, when we talk about mid laners, you have to bring up Lofty. Probably one of the strongest mid laners that we had in the entire group stage.
I mean, when it comes to Bloodline, it's all about taming the top laner Chaos, and Loftician has shown that he is the man to do so. Has been taken over the rod as Sando left them last season, now coming back as the support for the RPS. But they need somebody to take care of this top laner, and to have a mid laner with the qualities that Lofty has, they can contain both top lane and mid lane at the same time. And that's what made them so successful throughout both RPS and the regular season of Swedish Online League.
Yeah, so champions like Hui, champions like Renekton should be banned out against Bloodline. But with the meta being as it is, where there's so many flex picks that are powerful, there are quite a few annoying counter picks that you have to deal with. And as you mentioned, Sander rocking up as the support has been playing a ton of Camille lately. So even that is now a flex pick for the Bloodline team.
I mean, we haven't seen his most famous pick, though. Heimerdinger support. I'm really hoping for it. If we see a dominant game from Bloodline in game 1, wouldn't surprise me if Heimer would be popped out here for Bloodline in the second game. But that would be spicy. But going into picks and bans, everyone. On your left, we have Bloodline first seed from Sweden. And to your right, we have K5 representing Sweden, but in relegation from NLC Division 2.
And already we see one of the target bans come out, Thresh. No, not going to be seen in this series if you are playing against Nodu. Well, K5 are more focusing on the annoying picks, the strong meta picks like the Talia. Lofty most likely plays it. It's a flex pick into the jungle, although we don't have too much information what Gab plays. From what we can figure out from his solo queue games, he is very similar to Citroen, so he can play things like the Rek'Sai, things like the Viego. So most of these bans make perfect sense.
I think his strongest champion is Lee Sin, but that's not something you ban either way. So, but it would be spicy to see Gab's Lee Sin. It's been a while. Like you said, he's coaching now. He's not playing that much. I really miss some Gab gameplay, so I'm really hyped for today.
And mostly focusing on the mid lane on K5's side. Not worried about the jungle too much. But Vi and Ashe both removed from the table. Bloodline still has most of the AD carry pool left open for them. Things like the Varus that has been seeing a ton of priority could be taken up. Or if you want to head the hyper carry route and play regular old front to back, Jinx is a perfectly fine blind pick.
I mean, it's going to be amazing to see Citroen once again back on ADC, showing off. Jinx, of course, one of the strongest picks right now. So going back to basics with a new AD carry for the split.
And this is the thing. Back to basics is a great plan to go for when you're facing such an explosive team like K5 has been shown to be. Starduster, when he was in Division 2 playing, played a ton of AP champions, including Mordekaiser, Rumble being one of the better blind ones, so this could be easily paired up with things like the Jarvan if they want to go for it eventually, maybe even forcing a pick away if Gab plays it, but they pick up the Varus who loves to negate the lane and have that burst potential paired up with an aggressive support.
Let's see how they can counter here from the side of Bloodline. This is actually a replay of the finals of Swedish Online League last season. We had Bloodline against K5. Of course, K5, the team in Swedish Online League, and they went to game 5. So it's going to be fun. There's some rivalry between these organizations.
And what a way to kick it off. Lofty got his favorite way, and Cassante, probably the most dangerous top laner to head to the rift of League of Legends, also taken as a counterpick into the Rumble matchup. Instant counterpick from K5 Vantage takes up the Aurelion Sol that has been showing up a ton, not only in Division 2, but the global leagues as well.
I mean, Lofty loves getting stuff like going his way, you know what I'm saying? You know? I love it. I get
we're already already starting, huh? We're already starting out with this.
It's amazing, man. I love when they make a champion with that name. They have to expect casters to somehow just pick that up and all the time abuse it because it's such a good name. Way, come on, no way. Oh my god, he did that. No way. I'll do that later.
Usually we give you 1, but you've already used 4.
I'm going for 10. 10-0.
Well, what the teams are going for is the jungle. Bans already flying left and right. Both Viego and Lee Sin, the one that you mentioned, Gab, to be famous on, taken off the table. And Jarvan as well. No Cataclysm for the Rumble to pair up with. And they really do need some CC, but the Rengar has left open. The K5 lock it in, but now they are lacking in frontline and CC.
What if they get Poppy support here?
I mean, then they still won't have any CC. They may have a ton of damage.
But they can stop Rengar.
I mean, sure, Poppy is actually okay for Bloodline here, but I think they would rather get something to pair up with Exante in the frontline, like the Sejuani, for example, and pick something like, let's say, Emilio, who can save the Jinx if the Rengar ever dares to hop towards the Aurelion as well. Very linear, you can just football him into the face. Renata would also be decent enough here. So a ton of options still available for Sander. He could... I think Sander wants to go for something a little bit more aggressive, though, considering what sort of champions he plays, and Rakan is the choice.
Perfect balance between frontline, backline, could jump around, has 2 obvious frontliners and 2 obvious backliners, and he could just play the middle.
The Rakan Jinx pairing is not the best, in my opinion, though. It's more of a comfort pick that Bloodline is heading into the Rift here, with still hovering the Warwick. Both teams were hovering it. Not sure why. Theodore is not on the Rift at the moment. Okay, this makes more sense. Nodu, I think this is second most played support champion. Also, does quite well into the Rakan. Sure, you can get interrupted by the Grand Entrance whenever you try to hop in, but as long as you manage to get the CC chain with the Varus, you should be able to easily pick off any stragglers who dare to stray too close when the level 6 mark is being hit.
I mean, Gab getting a comfortable first game here, going in on one of the easiest champions to jungle, Sejuani. Fast clear with that permafrost being so easy. I think that's the right way to go, but most dangerous here for Bloodline, I would say. Both Chaos and Lofty on such comfortable champions will be a problem for Carolina.
Yeah. I'm still worried a little bit about the K5 frontline, though. Having only the Rel there is a bit worrying. You're gonna have issues with tanking a bunch of the damage, and if you ever get caught, let's say the Rumble heads in a little bit too deep, the Rengar jumps in and gets feared by the Hui, you're gonna give a Jinx easy resets. And that is how Bloodline win those 4-on-4, 5-on-5 team fights. And K5 really need to get an early advantage with this composition.
Yeah, and looking at their comp, I think if they really want that early, maybe they should go for the bot lane here. It's a good setup with Nodo. Like you said, he's a very aggressive support. It's easy to just let him know, I'm taking one camp, I'm coming bot lane. He knows exactly what he needs to do to secure those kills. And I think bot lane, together with Chilena and Nodo, I think Afrish can create a lot of stuff.
And creating that stuff is the main issue here, because sure, you can get the Jinx, but Rakan is a little bit more slippery, and if Citroen and Sander manage to wave properly, diving is going to be a bit of an awkward thing for them to go for, just due to the fact that Gab's entire job here is to track the Rengar and hover wherever he thinks Airfresh will be.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to path. Gab, of course, wants to play around his bot lane as well. I think he could go for Lofty as well, because, as we know, Lofty is one of the best wave players around. And he's so comfortable on that champion. I think we have some internet issues because I'm lagging a lot in this stream. But we'll probably fix that any second. But yeah, I think both teams looking spicy here. But like you said, Carolina has to go for that early advantage and hopefully snowball that into a potential win. But Bloodline sitting comfortably in the boat with those comfort picks. And of course, it's going back on ADC. Let's see what he can do with a Jinx.
Yeah, will be very exciting to see how Citroen does as we are heading into Rift for Game 1.
Yes, we will. To your left, Bloodline, first seed from Sweden, and to your right, K5, relegation from Division 2 NLC. And it seems like we're having a little bit of tech issues here.
Should be fine. The game is still rolling just fine for us as Vantage. Rocket the Minion Dematerializer, trying to establish some lane priority, will be using that on most of the cannons, most likely. A couple of early stacks. Just poking Sander out. Probably will see the early ward trade for the Raptor side of the jungle, just to keep an eye on where Gab and Afresh are both pathing, but still yet to see what is to come.
I mean, the K'Sante pick here, K'Sante champion, a lot of people talked about on social media lately because of his presence in MSI. I think today was the first time when G2 faced up against Top Esports, we actually saw a team taking down this giant. And now, of course, Chaos once again playing this champion and trying his best to utilize it to its maximum. Starduster coming in on Rumble, trying to counter him in lane, but we'll see if he will have the opportunity to punish a K'Sante or if he will struggle like everyone else.
Oh, this is a 125 invade. They want to split the map, so K5 can play on the bot side of the map and try and pressure Sander and Citroen, not letting Gab approach at all. So, interesting aggressive play from the Swedish team to kick things off. And first should be able to clear most of these camps fast enough that Gab doesn't even have time to contest if he wants to keep up in farm. And with the lanes how they are, Lofty, while Hui can push really aggressively, he doesn't really have enough power to straight up trade against a 4 all-in Aurelion Sol, so the invade probably isn't there.
A little fight here coming in from K5 initiating as Citroen wants to trade back. As we know, they split the map, so Afrush is first coming down bot lane now, looking for potential first blood, and Citroen will be the one to fall, and K5 first on the board.
And this is exactly what they wanted to do. Now with Afrush clearing the entire bot side jungle, they know where the Sejuani is, and the Ringar is just free to go and get his blue side jungle, and then look for another gank onto Citroen and Sander. Thankfully, they didn't expend any summoners. They recognized that, okay, we are most likely dead here, overextended a little bit too much, didn't respect the all-in potential coming out from the Rel, and lost his life for it. But it's still fine. They didn't lose all that much. The CS lead isn't too hard to overcome just yet, and the XP is maybe just half a level down.
Starduster actually coming down mid lane, stopping Gab from going into enemy jungle, and right now it's a lot of camps available for Afrush, whilst Gab has nothing to do on the map.
Except to look how the Scuttle Crab gets taken out. Yeah, this is not a fun situation for the Sejuani to be in. Over double the CS, and since he wasted so much time down on the spot side, he couldn't even go for the invade. Vantage and Stardust have been holding up lane priority for such a long time, the Sejuani could not invade safely.
Yeah, this is a big setback for Gab. Also coming in for one of his first games. So it will be interesting to see how he could adapt to one of these a little more complicated situations as a jungler. He has to adapt now, and he has to find new ways to get into the game and enable his team. Whilst Afrush looking really comfortable here, and will have a lot of resources that will be able to punish the lanes.
Still a little bit sad that Afrush couldn't get an assist onto the Jinx from the level 3 gank. Would have loved to get that passive tick in already, get so much extra attack damage off of them. But otherwise, the map pretty quiet for now. The Rakan and Sejuani are looking to see if they could punish Vantage, but they may not have the damage to kill a giant spelled Aurelion Soul this early on.
I mean, just building that item says, guys, you can come, you can try, but nothing's gonna happen. So he's looking to get those stacks in mid lane, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. Getting a giant spell makes it a lot more difficult early game to secure a kill. Nodu now, as always, aggressive, not going in. Gab just hovering.
Gab is looking, but K5 just zoning Citroen out. Again, it doesn't seem like the all-in could be that dangerous, but since Sander can't peel back both Nodu and Chile, one of them is able to constantly walk towards the other side's AD carry and start dealing that insane DPS. Varus, one of those characters that you just it's hard to estimate how hard he will hurt just due to the amount of max HP damage coming out of the W.
Now K5 looking for the first neutral objective. Dragon going down pretty fast here. Maybe not the best first smite of the game. Maybe there's still potential later for Gab if he keeps doing smites like that.
Just warming up a little bit. But as long as the objective goes over, it's completely fine. Now, with the dragon going over, Gab is so far behind that he isn't even in position to go for the grubs. Now, when he gets spotted out by the scuttler, Afresh is already on this side of the map, and if Star does the advantage with the level 6s want to establish lane priority, they can try and contest this, but for now, it looks like the objective trade will just be happening.
Yeah, Loftician with a nice push in mid lane, and then some additional help in damage on the grubs will make that happen. I think Afresh right now is just pretty happy with the lead he has. Doesn't have to try for something bigger, something more risky. Just play it the way it is, and once you're level 6, try to stomp Citroen in bot lane.
And this is one of those weird moments where, yes, we did say that K5 should be aggressive. Yes, K5 should be trying to establish an early lead. But without the Rengar being there to play with, well, we could see something happen now.
The slippery Rakan, like you mentioned earlier, just getting that information now, making it a lot easier for Lofty to stay alive.
And again, they just
to punish though.
I don't know if they can punish. They're gonna try.
They're gonna try. Exactly. Sando coming in for the side as well. Gonna miss that knock up. Just Nodu left behind now. Gab is not gonna do enough damage on his own. We actually saw Chilena walking up and doing some basics, or at least pressuring Citroen a little bit as well.
That was a weird fight where you didn't really have enough damage to take down any of the quite tanky members of K5 who were trying to initiate the pick. And yeah, Bloodline just need to buy some time for their main carries to get some items. You have 3 carries that really need at least their first items in Jinx, Wei, and Cassante. Before that, K5 should just be trying to increase the lead in the jungle for Afresh as much as they can.
Afresh is investing some time now in bot lane, trying to look for something, but the push is not that fast, so he's gonna have to stand there for at least 10-15 seconds more if he wants to create something in bot. Whilst both Blue and Wolves have spawned, so maybe a better idea to just get some more XP and gold.
And again, it's one of those situations where objectives are going to be where things start to happen. You have so much scaling on both sides of the rift, and Vantage, even though he has the minion materializer, he's already used all the stacks, so now he just has to roll push the wave in for mid. But Hui, no slouch at clearing waves himself, will just constantly be equalizing the lane, and neither one can really go for any surprise roams without the other one noticing. This sets up for very calm game state where everything will be happening mostly on the top side of the map. But since Chaos already has a Negatron Cloak, nice interrupt on the recall. With a Negatron Cloak, he is standing up to Stardust quite well now.
I mean, Chaos in top lane, I don't think there will be too much action. Potentially, if Stardust just starts pushing, he wants to drag him over the wall. Now mid lane, Node looking. Chain CC will hit. And potentially first blood here as they take him down real low. And potentially not the person you want to get first blood, but Nodo, the one picking it up.
Great timing there from Nodo. Since Chilanare's recall got interrupted, he had a bit of extra time to go for that roam into the mid lane. And with the angle that he had, even though Lofty tried to flash the initial engage, the ultimate was able to pick up the Hui, who has no dashes, so he's just stuck there in the CC chain. Advantage gets a nice little assist as the kill did go over to Nodu, but enough to finish off the Rylai, and now he is starting to become quite dangerous.
I mean, this is the perfect playstyle for Nudo. That's all he wants to do. He wants to play aggressive all the time. Has Hex Flash, will potentially use it mid lane more frequently than he did before. I think Chilena just he's such a comfortable ADC. He should be able to stay in lane and let Nodo do his thing here. Vantage with the incredible scaling. Let's see what they can do here.
Looking for the angle, going in.
Yeah, teleport now coming in from top lane as well, as Chaos wants to create something bigger. And Nodu, the one getting slow first, but Chaos alone against 3 members uses ultimate on Chilena, taking him down quite low, but nobody is dying. First kill goes down on a Frush, and Excited makes it so that Citroen can execute yet another enemy.
Okay, Sweden claps back against Sweden themselves, and Bloodline finally get to play the game a little bit. Even though Sander got caught out, he fell almost instantly. The rest of the fight goes quite well as we have a little bit of a pause. I assume we'll be coming back to us shortly. There we go. And yeah, as I said, we still have no idea who is in the lead in the game.
Nah, I think both teams are looking really good. I think they wanted more from that fight in bot lane than they actually got. But Chaos coming in with the teleport, the team assembling for the first time. I mean, they get 2 kills. They should be happy with that.
And the 2 kills, well, nice to get some gold. The Dragon is the more important factor. Both of the teams have very powerful scaling, but I think Bloodline does have an edge when it comes to the late game fights, having the K'Sante there to frontline along with the Sejuani and a hyper carrying Jinx against a fairly squishy composition. All they need to do is keep themselves in the game and buy enough time so that Rengar does not take over the map, and they are able to flex just the scaling potential and just kind of run through K5 with a couple of Jinx rockets, finding good crits, and just honestly keep Citroen alive.
Mission Keep Citroen Alive is active. Like you said, taking that dragon, delaying the game at least 5 minutes here for Bloodline. I mean, they have 2 very, very different missions here. Like you said, the front line as well, K'Sante and Sejuani is going to be really, really difficult for them to take down. Asol might be the guy to do it, but I mean, all that CC as well, you're not allowed to just fly around and breathe fire on your enemy team. You have to actually position well in the fights if you want to be able to take down these amazing tanks.
Good positioning in my League of Legends games? I've never seen this before.
I mean, it's a struggle. I mean, it's a lot. Nobody wants that. I mean, if you're playing a lower rank and you play Asol, you could just sit there as a sentry and just go crazy. But in these ranks, you have to potentially count that everybody in enemy team has flash and they have CC, and they are coming for you because you're one squishy dragon.
And for example, Sander on the Rakan, it's fairly easy to reach the Asol if he positions even slightly off. He needs to be careful with his flight cooldown since, well, if he uses it in a bad spot, he's going to be just a dragon stuck in glue, just not able to fly away. And again, K5 doesn't really have any peel. Their only source of like actual CC is Nodu, and he's the one who has to engage. So the carries are basically on their own.
Yeah, they as soon as he goes in, they're really vulnerable. And I mean, Cassante coming in from the side, pulling an ADC over the wall. I mean, they're gone. It's as simple as that. And Chaos is very known for backline access. He's like what are they called in American football? Linebacker? No, linebacker goes for the quarterback, right? Just running past the big wall and then taking down the most important player. So I think Chaos will be looking for those angles once again. And Gab could probably solo tank as he gets around the corner. So that's probably something they're looking for here.
My man, we are casting esports League of Legends, and you start talking about American football to a European. I have no idea what you were saying.
You've seen Super Bowl, right?
No, I've
Never?
seen like a couple of the I think it's halfway shows or whatever those are, but I think I can count the times I've seen American football being played like probably on one hand.
Well, my co-caster in Swedish Online League, Pide, he is a former American football player, and the CEO of Swedish Online League, Caesar, is also a former American football player. So that's why I have a little bit more American football in my life, I guess.
I mean, props to them. And I hear it's a very tough sport, but the only like traditional sports I know anything about is volleyball and hockey. That's it.
Hockey. Let's go. We can talk about hockey. I mean, there's a delay here.
There is a small delay here. Just to update everyone, we're dealing with some lag issues on one of the team's side. We are looking to resolve that as soon as possible. But yeah, Finland doing quite well in hockey.
Yeah, so is Sweden. We're not in the same groups, are we? No?
I don't think so.
No.
But I did see, even though I think Czechia beat us in the penalty shootout. But I think we beat the UK in that 8-0 or something like that. So we're a little bit better than the RPS group stage.
I mean, as long as you can avenge somewhere, I mean, you gotta be happy with that. Going back into the game now, we just witnessed a big fight in bot lane where Bloodline picked up their first 2 kills of the game.
Yeah, and we get to see, can K5 get some revenge? Shinanare doing quite well, already has the 2 kills, picking off the Jinx in the early game and then just deleting Sander in the team fight near the Dragon. But the Dragon wasn't even taken. The health bars were so low that Bloodline had to reset, and looks like K5 are heading over to the Cloud Dragon.
Well, I actually thought they took it as well. Like you said, it was like 1000 HP or something, but I guess they got tunnel vision on the fight. And I mean, they got 2 kills, but like you said, delaying the game with 5 minutes is one of the win cons here for Bloodline. So, I mean, well done, K5, I guess.
Bloodline, though, they do get the Void Grubs instead. And for their team, where you have the Jinx, who will eventually have very high range on her order attacks, you have the Hui, who can siege quite well as well. Having those additional mites to push with, there is high potential to just randomly win a team fight and end the game that we've already seen happen in the group stage a few times.
Yeah, I had to type a message there, so I was a bit zoned out. What you said in that specific moment. Just wanted to get the sound back in game, so that we can tell everything that's out. Do you have sound?
No, we are fixing it.
Okay, yeah.
Stuff happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's esports. I mean, I'm used to stuff just flying around. Anything could happen in esports.
But yeah, teleport being used here by Vantage, just working on the mid-wave player. Stardust also expanding the equalizer to make sure that he is able to rotate in case of an aggressive play from Bloodline. They are looking to contest the Herald with all 5 members starting to approach the pit.
Yeah, Bloodline wants to contest this. Like we said, delay the game as much as possible. As Chaos is the first one to move in, looking for Nodu now. And this is one tank, Xante, as Citroen picks up the kill. Afrush goes down really low. Loftishin cannot secure it, but Sando can. And now Chilena alone against 3 members of Bloodline, who picks up 3 kills and a Herald.
So remember the thing about not having any frontline? That's biting K5 in the butt quite hard now. Losing both of the carries like that, well, Vantage didn't really even get to participate in that fight, but Fresh and Chilinata just getting picked off one after another. And the front-to-back composition from Bloodline working very well for them. Still, Gauss,
yeah,
looking to pick off Stardust. Gab was there in the near vicinity. Gets the flash out of the rumble, but nothing else yet. Afresh, though, on the Rengar, his signature pick, not really getting anything done just yet.
Chilena now on bot lane. Lofty standing around the corner. Could potentially burst him down. Ultimate's coming up now. I mean, Lofty is, like all the other players in Bloodline, very, very aggressive. I think that's like when they have tryouts, they ask, how aggressive are you on a scale of 1 to 10? And if you're below a 6, you cannot play in Bloodline.
Well,
Sando getting caught off guard here, but he's just gonna slip out as the slippery Rakani is.
And the Dragon is still a good 2 minutes away, but the vision control from K5 is really nice. They established most of the river priority for themselves and kind of forcing Citroen and Gab to pair up unless they want to get picked off. The main issue is that the power spikes for the Jinx and the tanks especially, Gab going for the supportive style build, the items will be a lot cheaper and he will be online way earlier than a Frush will be, especially when he goes for the Ravenous Hydra to speed up his clear.
I mean, we just saw in mid lane, Afrush tried to poke a little at Gab, and already he's so tanky. I mean, Gab together with Chaos later will be a really big problem, and already we have some preview of it. I mean, Citroen should be feeling pretty safe at the moment with 2 tanks in front of him.
And it's, again, you already mentioned the positioning once earlier on. It's the same for Citroen and Lofty. They need to make sure that they don't overextend. They need to play the front-to-back team fighting. And while it's a very simple game plan, executing it against a composition like K5's where they have a ton of reach in their champions, you have to consider where you go and when. Because one misstep can easily lead to you getting deleted by a Stray Rengar ultimate.
Yeah. Citroen just casually walking around the map, not following them like he's stuck to them. Like you said, he has to think about his positioning. Nodu has a pretty good escape. We'll just get out here as the equalizer come down from Starduster. And he's doing his best to do damage to Gab, and for the first time we actually see weakness in the armor as Gab is getting real low. He's still alive somehow. I have no idea why Sejuani didn't die there. But I think Carolina did a good job as they are going for Dragon here. Loftishin wants to poke them out as much as possible. Chaos still tank the Dragon. Sando looking for a flank.
Buying time. Sejuani approaching from base. Gauss still.
Here we go. Sando from the side, double knock up. Super Mega Death Rocket in for Loftishin now. From the side looking for additional damage as Nodu wants to be the hero and save his team. And he will save at least Chilena and Afrush. But I mean, the patience from Sando over the wall getting back in.
Sando just completely destroys K5. Again, we're having no frontline to play with. Whoever gets caught is in instant danger of dying, and the Super Mega Death Rocket dealing enough damage to just instantly grab some resets for the Jinx, and afterwards, that's the fight already done. you're not gonna be able to respond as K5's team if you don't have the initiative. You will get ran over by the Jinx and the Hui, just dodging everything and dealing DPS at the same time. It's like a Formula 1 car running directly at you.
Another sport added to the stream. I mean, Wei and Jinx are incredibly dangerous champions in every case, but when you see two players who are so comfortable with those specific champions, it just takes it to another level. And the burst and wombo combo, timing, positioning, everything is just so perfect from the side of Bloodline.
Yeah, but running into the tower real quick, we'll be able to take down the middle outer. And K5, while it looked good initially with the power of Nodu, they got a bunch of kills onto the Varus. But the map is starting to get smaller and smaller. K5 need to somehow, if they can't find a pick onto Lofty here, they need to somehow get one of these shutdowns off the table. Both Lofty and Citroen are carrying a big bag of gold.
Starduster is starting to do some damage now, but it doesn't matter when the entire team of Bloodline is trying to collapse on you.
Taking the red buff and retreating back to their own side. Just working their way through. And K5, when they were playing in Division 2, did not have the greatest of seasons, but it feels like this is still the same story. They do really well in the early game, but the mid game feels just a little bit weaker. So again, there's only a 3k gold lead, so it's not like the game is completely over. It's just that with the second and third item power spikes, Bloodline is going to get stronger and stronger, and the game is going to be that much harder to play for K5.
Yeah, Bloodline looking really comfortable now, especially after that last fight. 3 kills now on their ADC and 4 on Lofty, picking up some additional items, two items on both of them at this moment. And as long as they can position well and stay behind their tanks, they should be fine. Chaos now looking for a lot of CC as they hit straight on Chilena. Starduster cannot get out. And that's a double kill, actually, for the debut player Gab.
I think that's the easiest double kill I've ever seen. Gas with a beautiful flank finds the stack onto the equalizer, and from there it's just clean up for Bloodline. They found the great position and capitalized on it, and now they're looking for the Baron, which K5 may have a hard time contesting without the Ringer ultimate.
I love what Chaos is doing here, just zoning out everybody. He's not needed. Gab can tank it. Afrush is in the area, and Chaos will find him now. Maybe even go for a 1v1. Yeah, pulling him over the wall, fighting him. K'Sante, everyone. It's K'Sante gameplay. I mean, it's just disgusting.
Which one is the stronger assassin, Ringer or K'Sante? Well, it turns out the tank is the more powerful one, and this is starting to look rough. Bloodline came prepared. They knew what K5 would be trying to go for, and they are playing to their own strengths here.
I mean, after picks and bans, I think Bloodline just felt, okay, we won that. Let's just play comfortably. K5 actually entered the game more, let's say, fresh, as they picked up a lot of resources. They took over bot side jungle with Afrush. Gab only got one side of his own jungle, could not really get into the game, but because of the comfort they have shown throughout this game, I mean, it's hard for K5 to even contest.
And remember, there's 6 scrubs. Oh,
Nobody wants to get in here. They're looking for a wombo combo. This is looking a little bit better than last time as they get a triple stun now at the end. Afrush going in from the side and actually picking up a kill here. Chilena wants to go to Sando. He should have a little bit of a cooldown, but Loftician getting the Fearon advantage will disable the fight, and Chaos can push bot lane.
big shutdown from Citroen goes right into the pockets of the Ringer. Once he gets the recall, he should have the second item finished. And if they can get more of that, those fights going where they are the ones engaging, looking for those stun combinations into individual picks, K5 still has a chance here, but with Gas almost level 16 in the back lines.
Oh, Chaos going deep here, looking for a Frush. No smite available as Lofty secures the kill. Vantage, next one. Standing in line for Chaos. Chaos will not be allowed to play K'Sante next game. That's all I have to say.
There's a reason why this character is like 11-4 in MSI. It's just disgusting how good K'Sante is once he hits his important power spikes and the enemy has nothing to really deal with the champion. You can't go LDR on Varus. You need the on-hit. But when you're this far behind, I don't think it even matters anymore. You're just getting ran down. If you can't deal with the K'Sante, you're not going to deal with the Hui and Jinx that are also hitting you.
I mean, Carolina doesn't have to take it personal. Every single team around the world struggles with this champion, except for G2, of course. But everyone else struggles with K'Sante. He is just so strong right now, and he will soon get a buff that will make him even stronger.
That will be some time. Not going to be seen in the RPS. But yeah, it is one of the key meta picks that we are sure to see in our playoff bracket for many a game, if not the bans. K5 though, still not giving up, playing aggressive, pushing towards the enemy red side jungle, trying to get whatever gold they can. This bot lane tower fairly low on HP, and they can look to secure the objective bounty from it. They just need to watch out that Bloodline doesn't force their way down mid lane, cause
I mean, he knows. He just knows that they would be there. He doesn't queue once, he queues twice to find out if he gets a stack or not. But still overstep as 4 members are investing. Equalizer actually missing. 5 members against K'Sante. Come on, he should die here.
nope. This champion has 4,700 HP, 329 armor, 200 magic resistance, unstoppable, a shield, and goes over walls. He will not die even with 5 members trying to kill him, and now the worst nightmares of K5 are coming true. The mid lane tower is dead, and the rotation continues to the top side of the map. They got only the ghost from the K'Sante, so even if they go and defend against the incoming push, there's still a teleport available with a ton of flanking woods still there. Running past one, Nodu and Stardust have been spotted out. Bloodline just playing so well here in this game.
I mean, they have to know that it's sort of GG when you invest every single member to kill one guy, and later on they will be facing that same person together with an additional 4 friends. I mean, it's hard to grasp what K5 should do to be able to actually take home this game.
It's starting to approach the point of hope for a mistake. K5 just needed to find picks. But Chaos is not the target. Chaos is just a little bit too strong. 4th item coming in is most likely going to be the Frozen Heart, just to make sure that the Ringa and Varus aren't able to get even close to killing him. They need to have Citroen or Lofty make a huge positional mistake and overload one of these side lanes, get the kills onto Ringa, make sure that he gets those passive stacks going. Because at the moment, this is not feeling like a Apex Predator. It's just a casual old kitty cat roaming the rift.
I mean, 2 Mountain Drakes as well, additional to Chaos and to Gab, will of course make a big difference. Chaos waiting in bot lane for them to show on top side as Baron now spawns. And I think he wants to push for as long as possible and then potentially teleport for the fight. But they want to contest. This should be the last fight of the game if they lose.
It is entirely possible. There is 6 grubs on the side of Bloodline, so they have incredible pushing power. Vantage already eating a bunch of damage from the rockets, and now they have to deal with the K'Sante. They're going in.
Yeah, Equalizer is good. Nodu will be able to find that kill, and Citroen is already dead as Gab and Sandal goes down real low. A push over the wall. They get 3 members. Last standing is Lofty, who actually picks up a kill on Vantage. But look at Chaos. He will just keep pushing.
1 for 3. Very good for K5 though. But the Xanza is causing issues. They are sending only Stardust back, but this allows Lofty to go and poke with his long range. He should be hard to reach, but on the ward, Nodu can start to go for a Hex Splash engage. Teleport now.
Teleport. Yeah, Chaos is coming. Lofty is here. They're really low. They need to CC him, and they can shut down to Rush, but they do not get Baron. All of that for an inhibitor? No, they didn't get Baron.
Super Mega Death Program. They didn't get the Baron, but they did get the shutdown from Lofty.
Yeah.
And these are the important gold that K5 desperately have needed for a long time. Ring are also getting quite a few kills. Probably doesn't have the passive stacked just yet, but getting the third item allows them to keep looking for these fights. In the mid lane, they found the Jinx separated from the front line. And without the DPS, this duo carry composition cannot beat K5 if Gauss doesn't pop off.
I mean, all of that for an inhibitor. I think Bloodline realized that maybe that wasn't worth. Teleport now from Lofty as Dragon spawns, but they will go for Baron instead.
K5 doesn't have the information. They lost all the vision on the top side of the map, only having wards in the bot side river. And now they have an idea that something is going on. They may even let the Baron go and instead make sure they don't get any additional mountain drakes onto this Cassante and Sejuani. Making sure that the soul
no way.
to Mega Death Rocket!
Ooh. I mean, it doesn't get closer than that. There was no enemy to hit. Otherwise, that would have been stolen by the Jinx.
So close. If that had hit anyone, it could have been a steal. But with the Baron, they can still look to open up the rest of K5's base. This top lane tower surely will fall once they can start hitting it. Gauss there to provide some front line and make sure the middle inhibitor goes down as well. And K5 just struggling.
I mean, Chaos is just chilling in mid lane. Afrush is bot lane for some reason. And just resetting. But Chaos pushing mid, attracting attention as everyone else is pushing top lane. It's a nice way to split up K5.
Nodu?
Yeah, he's looking once again. Needs to find Lofty or Sitskun, but instead it looks like he is the one getting caught off guard. A lot of tanking going on from Gab as Starduster has to go into Sanja. Afrush looking for the kill here. Can only pick up Sando, and that means both carries still alive. And Jinx is excited. We'll be looking for more. Vantage now going down really low. Oh, I mean, the damage coming out from Sitskun. They could just keep going here. Sitskun once again looking for another kill. He can look for another one, but Stardust should be able to take him down here. Will sacrifice his life for it. And game one goes to #1 seed from Sweden, Bloodline.
Statement game. Winning with a substitution in the jungle and the jungler switching over to the AD carry position. Sure, he may have experience in the role, but that was still very confident from the #1 Swedish seed.
I mean, they just looked way more confident. They just felt comfortable throughout the entire game. It was just early game. Afrush, he went into enemy jungle. That's like the only part of the game where K4 looked like they were in control. Then Bloodline just took over.
Yeah, and reminder, best of 3. If K5 lose the next one, we will have one guaranteed new team heading into NLC Division 2. So high stakes here already in round 1. We will be taking a short break though as we set up game 2 and wait for information on what side any the teams want to go for.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. My name is Leaper. I'm here together with Carvis, and we just witnessed the first game in the quarterfinal between Bloodline and K5, where Bloodline took home game one after a convincing game.
Yeah, and we were wondering how the draft is going to go in the beginning of this series, and one of the things stood out a lot to us, and that is Cassante. Just to show you guys what sort of pressure Cassante brings, we have a short replay for you, where K5 tried to pick off Chaos with 5 members, just constantly trying to find some gold. They were already quite behind in this game, but just the fact that they cannot take down an unstoppable tank with 5 members, they can't even get the second tower, and the rest of the map is falling apart. Bloodline are just playing the macro game so well. They get 2 towers from this and lose nobody. So now K5, I'm expecting them to ban out Exante and pick a bit more of a simpler composition to play for themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of Bloodline, of course, we will have some new rosters coming in here. Bloodline with Gab going out and Citroen back on jungle, and on ADC, Lönar is returning. The same ADC they've used throughout groups. So same old Bloodline coming back.
Yeah, so this was Bloodline with 2 substitutions, basically. And they stunned it. Now you have to face the full power of the first Swedish seed.
I mean, they're 1 game away from going to semifinals, and like you said before, if K5 is eliminated here, that means at least 1 new team is going to NLC Division 2. So that's really exciting, and we'll see what happens. Can K5 take 2 straight games, or will Bloodline just close it out after 2 games? Bloodline is looking really good, though.
They are. And I think the main thing is that the mid lane is such a solid rock. Like Lofty on the way was just able to keep Vantage at bay, not really let him play his own game. And then, even though the bot lane initially went a little bit bad for them, due to Nodu's really good aggression, knowing when to go for the early game plays, their coordination in team fights looked really nice, and Sander just constantly found the angles when to go in. So expecting a change of focus from K5 to maybe support Nodu a little bit more in finding these aggressive plays towards this bot side of the map, and put Afrosh into more of a supportive, enabling role.
I mean, I think Afrusha and Nodo is the way to go for K5. They looked good in the last game, but it felt like they weren't allowed to be enabled because Bloodline suppressed them enough in both respective lanes. Afrusha getting a really good early game with 3 sides of jungle, but couldn't really captivate or like do anything with it at all. And Nodu looking fresh in bot lane, but could not do anything with that either. I mean, a hook champion on Nodu. Potentially, if they ban Thresh again, go for a Blitzcrank. I mean, why not? Go for it.
You say go for a Blitzcrank. There's a Nautilus exists, you know. Why not go for Nautilus?
Because Nautilus is not that fun. Come on. Nobody wants to see a Nautilus. Nautilus played like 99% of the games out there. We want to see a Blitzcrank. We want to see a Stomp.
Sure. We may want to see the Blitzcrank, but reminder, these teams are here to play. They're here to win. What is fun may not necessarily convert to a win. Although it does help, like especially the mental game wise, it may help for them to pick something that's a little bit more fun. It's not really fun to play an ASOL against a Hui. It's kind of similar to a Swain matchup where if you ever press Q, you just look up and see a lightning coming towards you. Ah, no, I have to move again.
It's not easy. But hopefully, if K5 has analyzed enough, picks and bans will not be as comfortable for Bloodline this time around, and K5 will come out of picks and bans with a smile on their lips, so they at least have a chance on the Summoner's Rift. But yeah, like I said, I want a hook champion on Nodu, at least. To your left, guys, Bloodline. To your right, K5.
And Not switching sides. K5 opting to stay on the red side to get a possible counter pick onto one of the roles and looking to secure themselves a bit more of the priority picks. But the K'Sante, though, not really surprising anyone that it has been banned out.
I mean, as a first ban as well. That's a statement. That's like, okay, we did Talia last time. We'll do Talia second just to mark that K'Sante will not be played this game. We gave you blue side for a reason. It's not so that you guys can first pick K'Sante.
And Ari coming in, so only one ban changed from game 1. Now Bloodline, they have the Zeri available for them if they want to. This was banned out the previous time instead of the K'Sante. So then you'd have to look for Shilenare. What does he want to play? Something like a Twitch has been considered a nice counterpick in the Zeri before, but now the Citroen, unlike the graphic says, is in the jungle. This is, I believe, one of his most played champions in the jungle, so no surprise they will be picking it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout group stage in those 5 games, I think he played it 4 games. So Viego is a big comfort for him. So Bloodline coming off with another comfort pick in game 2.
And Jinx locked in, so they could be going for Jinx Nautilus, for example. Jinx Maokai makes sense as well. This Maokai, of course, being a flex pick, can go into the jungle as well, so no guarantees just yet that it is the support pairing. Makes the life of Bloodline a little bit more difficult, but having the Jinx there, I think, again, opens up the angle for a possible Zeri pick if they want to keep the compositions very mobile. At level 6, you can also start trying to burst the Jinx down and just straight up 1v1ing her. Of course. Oh! Right, it's Lönnar.
It's Lönnar.
I completely forgot who's the AD carry on Bloodline. Of course they will opt for the Dance Smolder if it's available, and Lofty looking for Zero would be better here if you're pairing it up with Smolder and Viego, but I can understand the way as well.
I mean, he liked it last game, but now with a different jungler and a different ADC, nope, you don't need to adapt. You just go for the same thing.
So Hui again provides a little bit more utility just with the fear, with the possible shields and movement speed buffs. But I think Azir would provide them with much needed engage and burst to play with Viego. Vantage, is he really considering going for the Asol matchup? Yes, he is. We will see the double stacking dragons on the Rift. This matchup did not go too well for Vantage in the previous game, but maybe he's adapted. Maybe he's feeling a bit more confident now that he knows how Lofty plays.
I mean, when they talked, maybe he was like, I don't think the problem was mid lane. I think we had other problems that were bigger. I'm very comfortable with this champion, and I'm going to go for it either way. So, I mean, if he enjoyed playing Asol against Wei, I mean, what do we know? Maybe it goes better second time around.
And to be fair, whenever K5 in the previous game found picks, it was due to Vantage ulting onto some sort of a follow-up, whether it be through the jungle or any sort of stray pick. It was generally the Asol there to follow it up with. So I can see why they would opt into the matchup again. Just make sure that if this Maokai is in the jungle, then you have way more pick potential in the mid lane as well.
A lot of focus on Chaos from the side of K5, batting out Olaf, the iconic pick of Chaos, and of course Renekton from...
Isn't Renekton a little bit more iconic for Chaos? I think it's his most played champion.
Renekton might be his most played champion, but that's because Olaf is his most banned champion.
Well, okay, we can handshake on that one. Yumi, Yumi Smolder?
No way.
A thing? I don't think that's a thing.
Yumi's not a thing, period. Don't pick Yumi.
Oh,
please.
Yumi is 100% a thing, my man. It's just
no, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Sadly, truth cannot be avoided. Urgot though?
Another one of his beautiful picks.
I was just about to say, the Urgot you can try and avoid by counterpicking it. Darius will be able to do that. Explosive matchup on the top side of the map.
I mean, the viewers will love this. A lot of Swedish fans coming in here today. 2 Swedish teams, of course, going against each other, and I think Chaos picking up Darius will awake some emotions in the chat.
Alistar. You know what I would love here? Something
No.
like a Janna. But I don't think Nodo plays there.
No.
Like
I don't think he can play Enchantress, I think. Like Morgana potentially, but otherwise no.
something like a Janna would be really good here, since there's Alistar and basically 3 melee champions, and Hui can't really do much to her. Renata would fill a very similar role though. Instead of having the tornado, you have the handshake able to cancel most of the abilities that are being thrown at you. And again, very linear on the side of Bloodline. They are looking to play a front-to-back reset style where you delete one member, get the Viego going. And yeah, I can see what K5 are going for here. Definitely a way more simple composition to play compared to game 1.
I mean, I think this is the first time I will see Nodo play Renata. When it comes to Enchantress, I think I've seen him play Karma before, and done so very successfully, but otherwise it's just aggressive initiation all over the map. So let's see how he adapts.
And this time around, they bring a ton more utility. So they have CC, they can actually hold the enemies in place, and if in case they get caught out, they may not just instantly fall down like a house of cards. So this is considerably better. They have potential here. The top lane is the only thing I'm really worried about, though.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw last game, Chaos playing Cassante, went crazy, and this time around, if he would snowball with Darius, I think he could potentially 1v5 K5. So they need to shut him down somehow. Afresh playing a lot more passive this game, not a Rengar, it's Maokai. And now all of a sudden he's a tanky CC. So I mean, a twisted advance into top lane, setting it up wouldn't hurt for Starduster in the early game, I think.
And eventually Starduster is going to need some help there, because if I am to believe Darius players, he will most likely be rocking the Flash Ghost. Well, we can check in game what exactly Chaos is rocking.
Let's check it out. As we said before, Bloodline Percy from Sweden on your left, and K5, the Swedish team, relegating or in relegations from NLC Division 2. Right now struggling 1-0 to Bloodline, as they are looking for just one more win to move on to semifinals, and K5 has to get 2 consecutive wins if they want to move on into these playoffs for an NLC Division 2 spot.
And surprising nobody, Chaos is rocking the Flash Ghost, so he will be able to run this Urgot down once he gets a couple of levels and items. But this mid lane, we already saw the matchup once, and Lofty, I think he did really well when it comes to the laning phase. Of course, afterwards, Aurelion is the monster that he is in team fights, but you really want to be able to punish the Aurelion in the laning phase, where the jungle difference really came in, where Nodu started coordinating with Afresh, take Lofty down a couple of times, get some kills over. But this time, with the Viego and Citroen there, Gab may have fallen prey to the 125 invade and not really knowing what to do afterwards. Citroen less likely to fall apart.
Well, I think the previous games we saw with him, he had a little bit of a rough start. Sometimes went 0-2, 0-3, but in the end of the game, somehow still picked up those 10 kills throughout the game. So he is very used to both winning and losing early games. So nothing is determined in the first 5 or 10 minutes with this champion.
As you're saying. Something to mention. There's a smolder in the game. So bot side of the map most likely will be quite passive for the side of Bloodline. So Citroen pathing top. Starduster, if he doesn't find out about this, Chaos will be looking for a trade early on. Once he hits level 2 or 3, he will take a trade no matter how bad it is. And if he gets Starduster low enough, there's a dive coming.
I mean, Starduster will inevitably probably push the wave because of those basic attacks. So if he can't crash and neutralize, potentially he will be in a really bad situation here. But if somehow Chaos pushes the wave in and, like you said, trade him down low, I think they will most definitely go for a tower dive in top lane.
Still a little bit of time to set that up. So far the lane as well, pretty equal on the top side of the map. Just looking at the mini-map as bot side collapses in. Now Nodu on the roam, as you said previously, he loves doing this. And Lofty very far up.
I mean, they know Nodu's missing on the map, but I think they have a thought that they just reset it. And now Nodu will show himself, sidestepping the fear. Just
Nice.
feeling each other out, both sidestepping each other, barely taking any damage. It's just a skill matchup.
Skill shots at the max range are very difficult to hit both sides, knowing the limits. And yeah, Nodu not really losing anything there. He didn't need to recall. Just goes and alleviates some of the pressure that Lofty was putting advantage under. Gets the last hit underneath his tower very safely. And here's Chaos finally getting the trade.
I mean, Hemorrhage full stacked on him will go down at least at an additional 100-200 HP. So Citroen being topside will just reset. He is not happy enough with the HP Chaos left Stardust with.
And, I mean, no need to force the issue. You're still going to have the advantage on the top side of the map once Chaos gets a recall off. You just need to be careful when you start again putting Starduster to the low HP that Afrosh isn't there to back him up, because Urgot level 6, surprisingly strong. You're gonna have 20% less of your health bar when you start taking those fights. Instead, Chaos going for the proxy. Did he go for a proxy or did he go for a ward? Can't really tell. He just ran past him for a moment there. He is able to just keep this lane pushed up and even go into the jungle to harass the Maokai if he so wishes to.
Bot lane right now as well, struggling a lot as Shilenare and Nodu just set up a really slow push as Lona was resetted. I think he lost like two waves, something like that in XP. And they tried to invest Citroen in the bot lane, but that ward, as you see in the middle brush right there, spotted him immediately and he just had to reset.
And this is very similar to game 1, where both sides don't really have those Xin style picks that just want to scrap the entire game. Instead, we are looking at the first item power spikes, we're looking at the Rhyolite for the Aurelion, we're looking at Jinx's Kraken Slayer, and that's where K5 want to start fighting, while Bloodline, they have just hyper scaling all the way through. Not really in a hurry to do anything, in a bit of a reverse position from the initial game.
I mean, I'm just impressed that Bloodline knows how to play a slow game, like, at all. They're so, like, you can hear it in the name, Bloodline. They just look for blood all the time. And somehow they have adapted in a really good way and started playing a lot of late game with a lot of success.
As the objective trade comes through, as you said, slower game, but Citroen, aware of this going on, will be trading in time. They don't have to look for any risky collapses or any tempo losses when it comes to this. And it's one of those situations where Afrosh on this bot side of the map would love to look for Lana or Sander, but with all summoner spells still up, they're playing incredibly patiently. Sure, the Smolder is behind in CS, but for a Smolder, coming out of the lane 20 CS behind is basically going equal.
Afrush trying something a little bit more spicy here, but Citroen will be there on time and will not be denied anything at all.
The situation may be a little bit different if that was a Rengar invading. He could have tried to go for the one-on-one against Citroen. But that's the Maokai. He is there to provide utility. Good ward, by the way, from K5 in the bush. They knew exactly what was going on. However,
Yeah, looking for some damage here. Luna doesn't have that much
dead.
mana, but it doesn't matter. As Nodu now has to look for that kill, but cannot. I didn't think they had enough damage, but Ignite just kept ticking. And Luna with the basic attacks will secure first blood for the side of Bloodline. Now looking for a tower dive here on Chilena. That's a big wave. He wants that wave.
goes topped. Stilenar, I will be able to back off. But a ton of CS and the plates going over to the Bloodline and bot lane. And as I said, unexpected damage coming out from the Smolder has been stacking well enough that he already has 50. So the explosive Q just able to chunk down the Renata before the level 6 is there. Trying to interrupt the recall. Sander will be running underneath this tower to finally get that off. But a big, big win for Bloodline considering how much they have scaling down the bot side of the map.
But like you said earlier, I think the wards in bot lane has been flawlessly placed 2 times in a row, really denying anything from the side of Bloodline to create some kind of advantage. But this time around, they just get a little bit overstepped. Nodu gets caught off guard, and they get the kill with them.
We're gonna see how this happened, as Nodu just eats a full burst, and Lena got enough mana to use the E. The DPS just raining down, and Renata surprisingly squishy, having not even an upgraded support item. Just really overextended, thought the situation was over after Citroen backed off, and it cost them dearly. Now the Smolder has a sheen and will hurt even more.
I mean, Lunar coming in now, didn't play game 1, Sitsukumo was the one playing before, and played a lot of Smolder throughout group stage. Has shown that it's his biggest comfort pick, and somehow I think like this quarterfinal so far has been very much about comfort picks from the side of Bloodline, and it's worked so far. And let's see if they can do it yet another game. The K5 right now is doing their best to stay in this game, showing up a lot, but Bloodline feels like they are in the driver's seat, and K5 needs to find more waves to get back in.
It's down to the Maokai. The gold gaps, though, as we can see, are not too big just yet. The mid lane is the biggest one, where Lofty has again had a nice time in the Aurelion Sol matchup. Instead, K5 looking to play towards the mid-game team fights as we saw in game 1 as well. Main issue will come into play when Chaos starts to take over this lane. Stardust has been playing it pretty good so far, not falling too far behind in CS, to preventing all attempts of dives coming over. But now the Citroen taking the objective, the rest of Bloodline are soon to follow.
Yeah, Lofty is coming from mid lane now. They already picked up 4, so they already have enough grubbies to spawn the little voidlings. But caught off guard is a Frush. Twisted Advance will just send him back in as Sando uses his headbutt at the exact same time. And it looks like 5 grubs for Bloodline, 1 for K5.
They managed to deny 1, but they weren't feeling confident enough to fully contest this. Probably would have needed Chilenata to rotate over as well, so they had the reset potential to look for an actual 5-on-5, 4-on-5 fight. Instead, they lose their jungler, while they do get 1 away. This extends the gold lead from Lofty quite a bit. Vantage has to take a pretty nasty recall here, expend his teleport as well. And Citroen being the one to get the kill, this Viego is the one thing you don't want to break out of control.
I mean, it's so much for him to utilize when it comes to champions and enemy team. Afresh actually using Flash Twisted Advance to get out of this situation. Will also invest his ultimate, but that should be a free Drake for Bloodline after a lot of resources coming up from Carolina.
And top side though, Stardust.
Oh, Q plus ulti. There we go.
Simple enough. Just able
Yeah.
to get the kill for himself. Doesn't even have to use a flash. Stardust didn't
Ooh.
have his.
Oh my god! I talked about it
no.
early last game. Afrosh leaving them with a little bit too much HP after Smite. Now the fight taken here by Bloodline, looking for Nodu. Still alive, moving out. And it looks like it's just a steal, an amazing steal from Citroen as Afrosh fails the Smite.
Well, things just got ever so slightly worse for K5, losing out on that objective. We're probably going to see it on the replay here. Okay, top lane fight. So Stardust feeling confident against the Darius, but just not really able to get the Darius underneath the tower, lacking that DPS. And once the E is gone, Karls does not care. He will dunk you down. And this is why the counter pick is so lethal. When you have a player like Karls for Bloodline, you have a pool of brutal bruisers, things like the Olaf, things like Darius, that can just take over a lane and start snowballing, causing issues for the enemy game plan.
Yeah, now one kill in top lane will set the pace for Chaos to start snowballing, and Starduster will struggle a lot more. No ultimate available now though, but he is level 11, so we can expect even more damage in the next solo bolo potential fight.
First item finished, by the way. Karls has a major power spike in the Trinity Force. Starduster will be forced to play a little bit back and let the lead accumulate. There's also an angle where they just rotate everyone onto the top side of the map. They go for the Herald, as they do, while leaving Luna to rack up some XP and CS on his own. Already 112 stacks on the Smolder. Pretty good pace for him.
I mean, the magic mark is 225, right? Then he starts executing people like an Elder Drake. Becomes a little bit more like his mother. And a little bit stronger.
We've never seen Smolder's mother, though. We just see her shadow. We didn't know what she's like.
There she is. A little bit of her.
Just using it to clear the wave. Make sure that K5 can't establish any sort of pressure. They may attempt to go for this mid lane play, though, as Lofty. Quite far up, showing the wave.
Ooh. Yeah. This could look for the comfort of Citroen in topside jungle.
Really fast with the QE, EQ though. Just able to run away, even get some poke damage. But Citroen is the one who needs to watch out, able to sneak away with the red buff. As K5 just kind of running around the map, not finding anything.
I mean, Stardust just started chasing him, and that means that Chaos could just open up the tower very easily. I don't think it mattered if Stardust was there or not. I think it would just have gone for it either way. So, I mean, Stardust doing something to spend the time, or just have something to do while Chaos is very dominant in top lane.
This is starting to feel like the teams, compared to the group stage, are getting way more methodical, way more patient with their game plans, knowing when they're strong when it comes to macro. -1! -1 advantage! I saw that.
Yeah, it's not easy. Sometimes you miss. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not good. But yeah, advantage. I think like he picked Asol into way once again. He was comfortable with that. He's down 40 CS in lane, and he has struggled a tiny bit here. But once again, I wouldn't say it's his fault that the team is in the situation they are. They've basically just shook hands and stood farming in mid lane. None of them actually going anywhere on the map. So Asol not the problem from game one. Problem I would say is that it's just a lot more lane dominance from the side of Bloodline.
K5 just not able to get anything done on the map. Bloodline are responding well to all the pressure they're putting out and controlling the vision as they should. Now though, Bloodline.
Chaos with Ghost. Usain Bolt is out.
It just runs away. It's that simple. Just when you are getting initiated onto, just run away from the Maokai ultimate. And again, big cooldown used right before the dragon, 10 seconds till it spawns, so Bloodline has a huge advantage going into the upcoming fight.
That was very Swedish. Running away from conflict. We do that every day. Chaos now The man of focus from the side of K5. They tried last game with 5 members. They're gonna try again. He has Lofty with him now, though. They're going for a wombo combo. He heals a lot as they try everything to take down this Darius. And eventually they will, but at what cost? Nodu next to fall. Sander in, knocking up everyone in the entire team. Lofty with Lana is just standing, attacking, getting everything they need. And ace for Bloodline.
Well, they finally got the top laner. Didn't get him in game 1, but they sure did in game 2. Too bad it cost them literally everything. An ace for Bloodline. They get a triple kill onto their Smolder, only losing their top laner, even using the Herald afterwards to shove in the bot side. And let's see how this team fight happened. You see the teleport coming in soon as Bloodline just kind of sandwich K5, forcing them to make a play into chaos. But the Darius already quite strong, even getting peeled a little bit by Lofty here. It's a huge heal, and damage has already been done. 2 ultimates committed, so K5 are out of resources. Lena is free to wreak havoc, and a beautiful engage by Sander and Citroen messes up the entire back line, and they get the almost clean ace.
I mean, it's just a beautiful play. Once again, it just feels like I feel it's something personal against Chaos. Like investing 5 members, 2 games in a row to try to take him out, and both times they are fully like they know they will sacrifice a lot on the map by doing so, and they still do it. I mean, it's something personal. I think Chaos did something towards K5 that we don't know about.
Well, I think we know he's been dominating top lane matchup. That's what he's been doing, and even with the 1 death. He got the assists on most of them due to the bleed stacking of quite a bit of damage. So he has just skyrocketed ahead. Will be going for a Dead Man's Blade, becoming a speed demon once again, able to chase anyone down who dares to approach him on the side lanes. And the rest of the team now starting to feel confident with the 2-item Quasi, Smolder, and Viego to just go into K5's jungle and start setting up for a possible 20-minute Baron take.
I mean, this is not the first time Nodu and Chaos is going up against each other. Finals last season, Swedish Online League, Nodu played support for Carolina, and Chaos, of course, played top lane for Bloodline. And Chaos came out on top, and once again, it's looking good for Chaos. I mean, Nodu should not be able to handle another defeat against his team.
It's still looking quite rough, but Lennar caught out.
Good CC here. Lacking a lot of damage though, but if you're allowed to hit for 1 billion years, you should be able to secure the kill, and they do as well. As the hostile takeover is doing a lot of damage. Vantage zoned out by Asol. Lofty wants to find something together with Chaos. They don't even have to because the Comet is enough. And now it looks like a disaster for K5. Starduster could potentially close them out here. Good ultimate for Starduster. Hits on Citroen. Afrosh needs to move forward. Gets feared. Lofty is doing so much work on his way.
It's such a weird position for K5 to be in. Losing the mid laner there that has the main chase potential of the... We can look at the replay. What on earth happened? So Lena just going for the ward clears, trying to bounce around between his team and the mid lane wave. Just face checks in blind. There is no vision here for the Smolder to play with. Gets spotted out, and Nodu with a beautiful handshake just sends him right into the Jinx traps. And with the reset there, now Bloodline cannot fight at all. Hostile takeover hits the Alistar only, but they don't have the damage there. Instead, Bloodline turn onto K5, and now it's just completely separated between the 2 teams. Neither one able to continue.
Yeah. If you looked in the bottom left corner, you just saw Lofty using his ultimate, doing a lot of bursts towards K5, making it difficult for them to defend, but they look like they were able to keep them away, at least from the 2nd tier turret mid lane, as Vantage is still standing strong.
Just... It's a very, very annoying game state. K5 are getting choked out again due to losing so much positional advantage on the map, and they may even try to sneak a Desperation Baron here.
Yeah, looks like Sundo might be a little bit nosy going into river now. He wants to check it out, but it's going down really, really fast. Smite is around the corner. Sitskun bursting forward, trying to look for something, but he's CC'd.
They got it!
And the Smite will not be enough once again, but Chilena is strong enough to actually pick it up. I mean, he needs to start smiting better, guys. Come on!
No need to smite when you are able to sneak it right underneath the noses of the enemy team, and they're in time to rotate over to the dragon as well. This was an extremely good call from whoever's shot calling on K5. They buy themselves time, not only defensively, but they have the Baron buff to play with as they approach the dragon pit.
I mean, that felt like a no-do call all over. That felt like a thing he would say. He was like, okay, let's just flip it. I mean, we're in a bad situation. What's the worst that could happen? And they go for it. Once again, now going for Dragon. Lofty from the side. The only one going from the right side on the flank is Chaos. This time, Vantage securing it, but it's a lot of damage coming out from Lofty. They're in the backline, looking just for Lofty, and gets pulled in by Starduster. At the same time, we saw Stroon together with Chaos taking down Vantage. Starduster now looking for more, but the CC and damage from Lernar should be enough. Afrush somehow still left in the river, as Stroon now will be moving forward together with Chaos. A good double route, but will not be enough. And I mean, Bloodline is looking really, really good.
With the phase rush, he thought he could run away, but instead he ends up donating the kill to Lenata, so the smolder is starting to get quite big. And even though they got the dragon, the soul may not even matter at this point, as Bloodline are scaling up super fast. Another replay to check out what on earth happened in this team fight. Keep an eye on Lenata here, because Lofty just snipes the Jinx after Carl starts to approach, just hits everything onto the Jinx, takes him out of the fight instantly. Sure, they get Lofty in response. Starduster is in the back line, Fear Beyond Death, able to fear everyone up. But Bloodline just too scattered. K5 is too scattered to keep the fight consistent and going for them, as it's Bloodline's composition that shines in these skirmishes.
I mean, it was just Bloodline winning on two fronts. Like you said, Starduster picking up one kill, but it didn't really mean that much. Same thing with Dragon. Soul will not matter if you cannot win the game. And right now, a lot of resources just going into Bloodline consecutively. But now they're actually looking for a push here. They still have Baron power play and a Jinx, so push is always an option.
This is not looking like a power play, man. This is looking. What is the opposite of power play? It's like. Is there a word
weird,
for that? Weakness,
I don't even.
Weakness attempt.
Box play.
Regardless, they do get the one tower on the bot side of the map, losing two inner towers of their own, and the gold lead is starting to spiral out of control. When it comes to the mid laners, Vantage struggling to find his foot in the game, as Lofty is just dominating on the Quay once again. Similar thing in the AD carry position, where Lena has just been living the time of his life, except for the one catch near the river.
I mean, next objective is 2 minutes. Both Dragon and Baron will spawn. But right now, Chaos is just dominating side lanes. I mean, there's nothing K5 can do. They need to send at least 3-4 people if they're going to stop him. And as long as he can do this freely, they have a lot of pressure on the map.
Oh, how would the tables turn when Sweden themselves are the ones to possibly knock out the Swedish representative in NLC Division 2?
The only time Sweden loses is against Sweden.
You guys did lose a couple of games in the group stage. Don't try. I saw it.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I didn't see that.
The country rivalries are still not over. Today may be the day of team kills, but we still have plenty of Swedish teams to take on. For example, the Norwegians, who are still left in the bracket.
Yeah, Norway will be taking on Sweden later this week. And we'll see what they can do there. But in this game right now, a 6,000 gold lead approximately to Bloodline. As we know, they scale a lot as well. Has both Lurna, Chaos, and Lofty. Sitskun as well. I mean, everybody just scales. And they're so strong. And right now, K5 looking for ways to get back into the game.
The thing is, this is perfectly fine for K5. If you look at Shirenare, 3 items has been completed for the Jinx. Now it just comes down whether they can find a reset or not. This would happen, for example, if Citron dives in a little bit too early and gets CC locked by someone like Stardust or Nafrush. Just donating resources to this Jinx allows them to possibly look for picks and play through those, as they certainly aren't lacking in damage. What they are lacking in, though, is levels and tankiness. Since Afrosh has been going for the support items, he doesn't have too much armor and magic resistance, he just has raw HP. He's also level 13 compared to 15 on Citron.
I don't think they can contest this dragon. They don't have to. It's just a third Drake for Bloodline. There will be better fights for them to take. But they still look like they want to sniff out if there is a potential to look for a pick here. And they will try as well. Chaos is the only one caught in a bad position here as Starduster is investing a lot. But Lurna now coming in with the damage. Chaos going down low and they will secure it. But look at the wombo combo coming out from Bloodline as everybody falls. It's like insane team fight from Bloodline, and Vantage will go down. No, he will survive. Arcane Comet missing for the first time this game, and Sitskun and Lofty now looking for a rush.
Vantage, 100 HP, stuck in the brush. They're just buying time for the rest of the team to shove in. 20-second death timers. I think Vantage. Lofty should have probably just kept Vantage alive there, because on these death timers, they can look for a ton of stuff on the map.
I mean, it was just a really, really good fight from the side of Bloodline. It started really slow and then exploded out of nowhere.
And as you said, K5, they may have had better angles to go for. This Maokai ultimate only hitting Sander and Chaos, the 2 tankiest members of the team. And once the ultimate starts to pop in, a reminder, Lena already has all the stacks. So once they go into this choke point, it is all Bloodline. Picture. Baron has been secured, and Nodu in big trouble has to flash away as well. K5, if you still have something in you, it's starting to be the time to execute.
I mean, they didn't get a single kill in that fight. Yeah, they got one, right?
They did get one. They
on Sundo,
executed on. Yeah, they executed. I don't think it was Sundo. I think it was. Who was it? I don't even know who it was.
Yeah, me neither. But they pulled in someone. Starduster picked that one up, but then just exploded everywhere. So they didn't even get that much resources. The only thing going the way of K5 this game so far is that they sneaked the Baron, but they weren't really able, like you said before, it didn't feel like a power play. It felt like something weaker. And Bloodline is just controlling the entire game. Looks like they're going for bot/mid lane now. Afrosh has the flank. Could potentially look for something here, and they will as well. They need to hit Lofty. They cannot. Instead, he's just hitting Sando. And that will not be enough. Calling his mother, Smolder now looking for another pick here. Nodo, the first one to go. Now just 4 members defending against all of Bloodline with Baron power play.
It's looking like the end without the support, without cooldowns. K5, one last final stand as the Baron Empowered Minions are marching down bot as well. Both of the inhibitors gone. They can choose to play this cleanly. Top lane shoving in hard as well. But they probably are looking for the final fight.
Oh, look at the damage once again. Lofty trying to execute Starduster, cannot do so, but everyone going down low, and Lurna with the long distance projectiles is just throwing everything around. And everyone, this is the winning team. Bloodline moving on into the semifinals, the first Swedish team in the NLC RPS history to do so.
Congratulations to Bloodline. And now we have one guaranteed new team in Division 2 next season, or next split. I believe it's only the spring split that has been played so far. So, K5, while it was nice for them to show up for one series, it was a short stay, getting knocked down. And as you said, Bloodline looking super strong.
I mean, right now, like I'm a little bit biased, okay, but I think Bloodline is looking like the strongest team of the tournament at the moment, and it's going to be very interesting to see when they go against either Lions Creed or Paragon in the semifinals. We'll find out which team later, but first we'll take a little break, and when we come back, we will have an interview for you guys from the winning team, Bloodline. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. My name is Leaper. I'm here together with Carvis, and we just witnessed Bloodline taking home a best of 3 against K5, going 2-0. With us now as a guest and getting interviewed, Citroen, Bloodline's jungle / AD carry. Citroen, I mean, was that easier than you thought?
That's a tough question. I did think it was really easy. Enemy support is Nudu. He's known to be free win when it's not on his infamous Warwick, so probably easier than imagined.
Yeah, and we saw some interesting stuff from you guys here. With you being a multi-role talent, playing AD carry, you mentioned that while you went into the jungle, you got to play some Jinx here as well. How do you adapt to this situation where you have to swap between roles, and how does it feel to play this sort of a series?
I've been swapping around roles previously in Svenska Online-ligan. I won last split playing AD carry, so I have a lot of experience playing AD carry. So for me, it was still kind of hard because I've not played AD carry in a while, but it's not like I'm first timing the role or anything like that.
Yeah, and you can see it. Your Jinx definitely wrecked some havoc there. As Zlipa mentioned, it did look like you guys maybe had an easier time than you were actually expecting. But when it came to team fighting against K5, who seemed to play very chaotic and very aggressive, how was the team coordination feeling today? Like, did you guys have a ton of fun of just farming up and then going for these insane team fights, or was more of a quiet day for you guys?
I think first game, maybe the team fight coordination was a little bit off, but it was like, in my opinion, a really huge draft gap. So it was like, even if the team fight coordination was a bit off, it's really easy to win anyways. The second game, we have Smolder King in our team and Hui King, so they just outrange enemy and we farm up, team fight enemy, and enemy die. That's kind of
I mean, simple does it best.
Yeah, Sitkun, I have to ask you, you guys are moving on into the semifinals. You will face the winner of Paragon and Lions Creed. So I'll do a double combinated question. 1, which team do you think you will face? And 2, will we see you in the finals?
Well, we did meet Paragon, and I do remember a specific Camille incident. So after seeing Camille into the tower, I'm 100% sure Paragon will win the series and will face them. And after that, the Camille E incident will happen once again, and they will lose 0-2. Or it's a best of 3, right?
It's a best of 5 in the
three.
finals. The best of 3 of semi-finals.
Okay.
No, it's a best of 5 in semi-finals as well, I think.
Is it?
What?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they will lose at least and not win a single game. That's all.
Yeah. So you guys will... You think you guys will be the champions of the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for the interview, sir. And congrats once again, closing this out in a beautiful fashion. And I'm really happy our Swedish seed is moving on. We'll have a little bit of a break.
We can still talk about the game a little bit. I think just to close things out, I think the main thing about Bloodline, as came out in the interview, well, the team fights were a little bit messy. They were the more coordinated team. We can just check one final replay as Citroen on the Viego just fought a really nice fight on the bot side of the map. This was the dragon fight where Bloodline just were able to steal away the dragon. Just buying enough time for Citroen to find the flank, Alistar drawing the attention of the enemy team, and there was just so many similar highlights where the team coordination got them these small leads that eventually turned into the explosive team fights.
I mean, overall, Bloodline in every single lane, they just look really, really good. It looks like they went into this tournament with the mindset they're gonna win. K5 in a completely different mindset as they're trying to defend their place in NLC Division 2. It's way more difficult. Like mentally, you had a rough season. You're still looking for ways to win games, and going into this, facing off against the most successful teams from groups. I mean, mentally, I think there was an advantage to Bloodline, and they capitalized on it, going 2-0 here in the quarterfinals.
And this is how the cookie crumbles here in the RPS. You have one chance, and once it is gone, you go back into your regional leagues. But as I said, congratulations to Bloodline. Clean performance. But next up, we will have another team kill between the two UK teams.
Yeah, Lions Creed and Paragon going up against each other in a best of 3, and we will also have, I think, a full UK casting team taking on that. So there will probably be a lot of banter and a lot of fun stuff going on as they casted the finals earlier in the UK EL as well. That's all from me and Carvis today, and we'll see you later in the NLC RPS as we're taking additional games further into the tournament. That's all we got right now. When we come back, Lions Creed versus Paragon.
And we are back here, but it's two new people on the cast. It is J-Real, myself, and Temporal coming in to take you through two teams. I don't know, we kind of seen them before. We know a little bit about...
We might have seen them before, Jay.
Yeah, I've heard their names. It's reminiscent, a little bit maybe deja vu of a match come past, the
I've
finals
been in this place before.
of the UKL. So yeah, it's going to be Lions Creed versus Paragon, two teams that we know very well because it's our nation's representative. It's a little bit of a sad day for both of us that they are both playing each other, and we're not going to have that opportunity of two UKL teams making it to Div 2. But it is what it is. That's how the cookie crumbles. At least we can say we're better than Finland.
We're so much better than Finland. Sorry, Finland. The soft center to this sweet treat. UK and Ireland have already confirmed top 4. Easy peasy, one more series until NLC 2 for one of these teams. For the rest of today, if we're going to Pablo.
I'm looking forward to it, right? Because I'm not going to lie, he was on the cast just a minute ago, okay? He was on the cast a minute ago, and Zeppa be saying a lot. He'd be talking a lot about Sweden, and I'm telling you, our team is going to come through and beat your team.
Bloodline are really good. However, Lions Creed and Paragon are really good. So I'm pretty excited. It's a bit of a dynamic duo, Jay. These guys have never made it clean. They've not won a single best of series, 2-0. They've never made it easy for themselves. Paragon have only ever taken one game off of Lions Creed in their current iteration. It was game 2 of our best of 5 grand finals, and it was on the back of an AD carry reversal. Spark, generally considered the best in the UK and Irish League, the Four Nations, and last spun it round with a Cogmore. We saw Hans Sama do it this morning. It's possible. It's going to be real exciting.
And also, there's a bit of switch-ups from compositions. There's a bit of change since we last saw them at UKL. I think also how the teams are playing has switched up a little bit. I think the Lions Creed have really stuck to their guns. They're very, very standard. It's what we've expected. It's what we've known. I think that Paragon have come in a little bit more reliable, to be honest, is the big takeaway for me. They came into it. My big expectation was that they were either going to look amazing or look absolutely rubbish. I feel like they've come through a lot more consistently. A lot more consistently than I would have expected. But have they changed in best ofs? Because we know the story of Paragon. The fact that you even say they won game 2, exactly. They always seem to lose game 1 in best ofs.
Yeah.
I hope that has changed for them.
Bit of a freebie. Another good luck in Belgian League.
And for you lot at home as well, we're not just saying, they lost the game 1. Oh, okay, well, you guys
they tend to send it in draft.
What's happening? Maybe it's just unlucky. No, they send it in game 1. They sent it in the regional leagues in game 1. But then game 2, it was just a phoenix moment, right? They literally from the ashes, a flaming bird that scorched everything in the land. So I do think that the Paragon 0-1 buff, is it going to be enacted? Hopefully it's a close game 1. I'm looking for consistency from both these teams. I want them to prove how good the league is.
Fingers crossed. We're going to see some other parallels to an international tournament this morning. If you haven't seen the MSI results, now is your chance to plug your ears for the next minute or so, because the pools of the UK and Ireland seem to have inspired the rest of the world. QQR are prolific. Corky Enjoyer, that's been picked up at the tournament and has shown off really well. Tristana mid, something we've been playing all season long. It looks really strong. A safe control mage pick is not safe from this setup. I'm going to go check the list that we spoke about earlier because my brain has completely exited left.
All I've heard, Temporal,
those are the big ones.
When I said last week people should forget MSI and tune into RPS, people from MSI, those teams were doing the same thing. That's why you have to stay and watch this tournament. You have to watch because everyone is watching.
Yeah. It inspires the rest of the world, clearly.
Yeah, and talking about inspiration, I hope that there's inspiration from Paragon to just ban Corky. I'll be honest. It has to go. It's got to go. There's no world where QQR is allowed to keep the Corky and it's okay. That's all I'm saying.
That was the theme of Lions Creed's last game. That put Finland well and truly beyond retribution. In groups. I was watching it, I was like, hey, if that next ban isn't Corky, you're in trouble. And turns out the Finnish side was really in trouble. It's really hard to sort of get through Lions Creed Academy in 3 bans. The only way we've seen success is to sort of guide them towards something that has maybe Orianna in mid and QQR can't escape lane. Their loss was to a Karma perma pushing. And then that 2v2 overtake with the Cog Morgana over Varus. Varus early pick and an engage support. I think it was Varus Nautilus from memory. And that was the overwhelm. To get that sort of draft advantage, Paragon are going to have to really shape the way Lions Creed want to play rather than ban out directly. Because if it's not Corki, it's not Azir. If it's not, it's the other one I mentioned in the green room. I did say it.
K'Sante.
If it's not K'Sante, then Bust will escape his lane. Then QQR escapes, then Corki as well. Like you're on for 4 must bans. You really got to try and shape the composition. You can't do this directly.
I think the big thing for me as well is these two teams know each other really well. We have seen a change in composition for Paragon, right? We've seen recently that they've been pulling the Ornn into the top side. There is that world where, you know what, that switch up could actually catch Lions Creed off guard. For me, I still think Team Atopa getting into the game is a really, really big key for Paragon's success. But you know what? Let's talk about success. Let's talk about memories. Let's go down memory lane. We have a VT to play for you guys at home, in case you didn't know about these two teams.
League of Legends was thought to be extinct in Northern Europe. But thanks to recent breakthroughs in tournament formats, a thriving ecosystem has been discovered hiding in plain sight. In this groundbreaking 5-part documentary series, we're going to be traveling to every corner of this region, meeting the teams representing these national leagues competing for glory in the NLC RPS.
Lions Creed is one of the longest running UK orgs in League of Legends. Even the big names like Mirage and Eminem, they've either dissolved or they've merged or they've been picked up or they've changed or they've moved away from League. But Lions Creed is still going and has been going for a long time and has picked up a team that represents, I think, very well UK League and some of the pillars that have been a big part of it. Players like Hawk, players like The Heathen, players like QQR. These are players that have been winning tournaments in the country for years.
Refresh, it's going to go aggressive, but look at the damage! Absolutely turned around, the Lucian melting them.
Spark is just good at everything. And whatever he needs to be good at, you can darn sure rely he's going to be good at it, and you can just trust in him to do that. Spark can do whatever is needed, and he can do it better than anyone else.
The Cosmic Radiance came down, but I don't know how much he survived after that. Looking to finish this one off, and here we go. Spark back again. That's a triple. Are we going to get a quadra? Team Atopa goes down. That's going to be 4. Spark has secured the team fight.
Now, the other side is Paragon, which I would not fault anybody for not knowing who Paragon are, or not knowing who some of these players are. They managed to wind themselves up in the final without anyone really expecting them to be there. We thought they'd do all right. We thought they did well in Division 2 and they promoted well. But instantly into Week 1, things started to go wrong for them and it looked like this was just a formula that was not going to balance. But nevertheless, they do wind up in that final. They go head-to-head with Lions Creed. They give them a run for their money.
Paragon thrive.
Being very patient. Okay, going in. My God! The decisiveness from Paragon once again.
Paragon has just such a different way of playing the game, such a different approach to League of Legends conceptually. There is no data supporting what is going on while teams chase them around the draft phase, trying to work out what just happened. It gave them such an advantage domestically against teams that were playing against them week in, week out. Still, no one could get a handle on Paragon, and if they play to their own game, I think the rest of the RPS might not know what hit them.
I gotta say, shout out to CJ, shout out to Middlecourt. And if you guys were thinking at home, That was really scenic. Those views are beautiful. Where is that in the UK? Newport. Go check it out for yourself. Book your holiday, and I'll see you there soon.
It's a beautiful destination. Yeah. Can't argue with it at all.
Yeah, the
And-
sloping mountains and the hills and the lakes. Yeah, like what's
Yeah.
more to it? You know.
Watching that back again, that sort of outro line of the other team won't know what hit them. I think it has unfortunately been a surprise to all of us that these two teams face each other again. Consequence of coming first and third. Jay, we're into draft. We're going to see what Paragon are going to put up. Will Lions Creed get their comforts? Will Paragon get the 50-minute special?
And I like this. I talk about Team Atopa a lot when I cast Paragon because I feel like Team Atopa is a lot of their key to success. If he can be comfortable, if they can rotate and really affect the map, then I think that the chances of success go up exponentially. And I really like the respect shown from Lions Creed there to take away the Azir. A big pick that has come through a couple of times in the group stages, not in game one. Cassante removed, as you said, it's one of the big three champions that we want to see Paragon ban away.
Yeah, Bust managing to evade lane no matter what you do and just sort of take over is absolute magic. And we've seen it game again earlier. Cassante versus 4. Cassante lives, takes one with him under his tower. Happens every time. Italia takeaway. Snepex has had major success on this. If we're going outside of the pocket picks we mentioned for Lions Creed earlier, the UK and Ireland also had a severe addiction and has shown up in this tournament in small bits. 2 full AP Gragas flexed in 3 positions.
It's good.
There he goes. Hey, right, Paragon.
I feel like Gragas has just been a bit of a thorn in a lot of people's side. Like, I know we talked about it on the UK once about just what do you even counter it with? It does feel like it's almost just its mind of its own. You know, it's not necessarily a winner, but it also is hard to stop. And we are going to see that banned away. Looking into the next ban, though, Talia taken away. I really like that from Lions Creed. We have seen Snepex absolutely shine on it in the finals. So removing that is a big cause for a win. And then also the Varus, one that last was played a lot.
Yeah, gotta respect it. Spark has had pretty good Varus performances as well, but it's not really a safe ban. Paragon would be very happy handshaking that, so Lions Creed just digging a little deeper into the ban pool. Tristana or Corki will be present in this game. It is a 99.99% chance. Like, if it doesn't, we're gonna see some real sauce.
I do wonder if there's a world where Paragon try and take away the Tristana, but they banned the Corki.
Yeah,
So
by
I
banning the
respect
Corki, this should be blue on Tristana, based on tournament results so far. Lions Creed also like the early pick for Port. They'll either give him some deep engage, or they'll try and prop up what they're planning in the composition. Early rotation Poppy has been on multiple teams' cards.
Ooh.
All right,
Well,
the Vi.
Are we surprised? I feel like one of the most picked champions in League of Legends at the moment across all levels of play. Vi being locked in, as you said, early engage options for Porp. It gives them that setup. It can allow them to start moving around the map early and getting those ganks off, which is exactly what we expect from this jungler.
It's an odd one. Tier 1 has actually started to step away from Vi as Ivan comps get really good. Neither of these teams are big on their Ivan. To be honest, they want direct impact. Maybe that's why we love the Gragas so much. Paragon wasting no time in getting Team Atopa's A-class mid laner. Yeah, Aurelion Sol scaling up with this Aurelion Sol has been the way that Paragon have won games. Kind of expecting them to prop up on picks around it, not necessarily to fight, but to survive.
And do you reckon we'll still get that Tristana coming through? Because obviously Aurelion Sol, scaling potential, has a lot of range themselves, can become quite dangerous. Talia, a classic answer into it. Do you feel like we're still going to get that Trist, or maybe shifting the draft now into other regions as we also see the Viego?
It's quite open. Depends on the way Lions Creed want to play the rest. Tristana scales, sure, but the curve is not as steep as Aurelion Sol. So it will be interesting. Lions Creed could go for it, or they could start taking away double range bot lanes. Has been the focus for them in the past, and Ashe coming through is not necessarily for AD carry, but Spark has been one of few ADs to prefer this over support. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tristana come through to accompany this and say, dual range with Vi. If we get ahead, we have access through the arrow, through the Vi ultimate, and there is no way you're getting away from us.
I think there is also that remnants of the Vega for QQR as well. I feel like we haven't seen it in a while. We haven't seen it too much in the RPS, and it definitely could still be on the cards. The Callista being picked up, you seem to like that a lot.
This is the premier bot lane on current patch. This is overwhelming takeover from level 1. Lethality Callista, unless completely pushed out of lane, is so overpowered. Your items are a grand cheaper each than anyone else's, and it's complete takeover. You can't get through an Ornn in the late game though.
And it has looked a lot better. I will say, I had a little bit of concerns for Paragon when they were 1-3 down. It felt a little bit... Wait, were they 1-3 down? 1-2 down. It felt a little bit tough. Then they started pulling out the Ornn, and we had some incredible team fights from them. So I am really liking this new brand of refresh, right? I think it has worked out really well for this team. We've got scaling in spades here, Temporal, with Viego, Aurelion Soul, Ornn. Like, I feel like they may need to get some early game in the bot lane, to be honest, because otherwise, Lions Creed just need to play that early really well.
Yeah, they'd have a difficult time reaching in the 3v3 with Viego, getting your AD carry in there. Could be something creative. I wouldn't rule out a Senna lane that has dropped through. I don't mind Senna AD carry into these dual range setups. It's similar to Draven, which is her best one-on-one sort of AD carry matchup, where you can just spike and move away, It does fall down to the Callista pretty hard. There isn't really an AD carry on current patch that gets away, so we see the Ezreal taken away. We see Nautilus taken away that can just sort of come forwards all at once and try and contribute. And that's sort of the best Paragon could have done, and now that's been removed as well.
Here are also a few targets in the top side there. Camille and Gwen, both really good at getting rid of the Ornn. They're going to be taken away, so quite a lot of shots fired at Bust, as we are going to see the Renata being hovered here. Temporal, I feel like there is a little bit of maybe underestimating Lions Creed here from Paragon, with the fact that they are going so late game scaling, knowing how well Lions Creed are at finishing games early.
Yeah, the 25-minute crush. Once Lions Creed has 1-2 lanes and quite a bunch of objectives, not much in the way of a few clean team fights to get them back in and on board. Bust, that would... Oh, okay, that is pretty bold. Darius at the top level, not necessarily the best into Ornn. We'll have to see what Bust is planning to do. That said, that sort of tank gameplay where you can let lots of little things slide does not work as soon as a Darius comes over the top. Orianna to support the Callista in coming forwards, provide her room to play with the Shockwave. I'm normally quite critical of Lions Creed's Orianna compositions. They don't necessarily play to their strengths. However, this still looks pretty powerful. A Renata in the bot lane, not bad into a dual range setup, but I can't think of an AD carry except maybe a Xayah. Oh, okay, right. This is late game in all 3 lanes.
I don't like it. I don't want the late game. Oh, they've done it.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know if I like it. I will be honest, the Orianna has thrown me a little bit off of Lions Creed. I'm not the biggest fan of the Orianna here. I feel like they could have... I feel like, personally, a Galio could have really just ended this draft. You know, it could have just sorted it out. It would have set Darius up. It would have set up the bot lane. The Vi would have had a dive partner. It could have been it for me. That could have been sorted. I do think that the Orianna has a lot of potential. I think Vega also would have been a more preferred choice for me coming out from QQR. But you know what? I do trust in Lions Creed. I think they've got a lot of decisions to make. I will say it feels like Paragon. I love the madness. I like that they've gone for a bit of a different draft. But they are really, for me, rolling the dice of basically, can Lions Creed beat us early? And if they can't beat us early, we should win the game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a come at me, bro. I bet you won't knock me out by round 3.
Yeah.
And I think by round 3, Paragon will look pretty bruised, no matter which way this goes. Kog'Maw can sort of spike up. It used to be a counter to Caitlyn when Caitlyn was meta for that reason. Its levels 1 through 4 aren't as bad as everyone says they are. Sure, when we think Kog'Maw, we're like late game. There's a zillion fireworks on my screen because the Chinese New Year skin looks fantastic on it. And it's that beautiful sound of 5 attack speed, just like one continuous thing. That's the Kog'Maw fantasy. In truth, not the worst AD carry in lane, not the worst to leave on your own if you're going to roam up and try and make the best of that Viego. We'll see if Paragon managed to survive a dicey early game.
It's a lot. I'm not
It's a
gonna lie.
lot. It really is a
I feel
lot.
like-
It's a lot.
I feel like coming into this game, right? I didn't have these two teams. I didn't have them like solidly put into certain blocks, but there were things I would have expected, and giving Lions Creed the early game opportunity to just say, "Hey, you're not going to beat us at 25." Is not what I was expecting for this draft. You know, I thought Paragon would maybe come in with a bit of fire in the bot lane, maybe to try draft something a little bit crazy, like maybe a Draven with something like a Pike, something just really aggressive to maybe say, hey, you know what? Yes, we are going to be playing safe in the top and the mid, but in that bot lane, we're going to try and win. It's going to be our win con. We're going to snowball through it and we're going to take the game to you.
Yeah.
But they didn't do it in Toro. We're going to get into the Rift. Let's send it in. Let's find out how these two teams play and how they've grown since the finals.
I think coming in over that early pick Ash may have scuppered Paragon's plans. You're right. Like, maybe they were planning something spicy, and you see Ash locked in, and you just go, oh, we're not winning lane anymore.
I think they should have sent it. I think they should have had that confidence of, you know, it's coming home.
I don't know. You pick Draven into this, and it gets absolutely crushed by the dual sort of turnaround on the range. Likewise, I think the Galio is a sensible suggestion in mid, but it gives Snepex a lane he can gank. Currently, he's only getting in on top lane, and it's into a Darius. As soon as he hits level 5, level 6, the 2v1 is on. Refresh just dropping a ward there. That's one that was traditionally like early lane swap in season 4-ish. That was one of the late ones. You catch them coming to
Samsung
lane.
Wire Worlds season 4.
Yeah.
Let's go. I think that's actually historically my favorite ever team in League of Legends. Except for running,
you have
obviously.
good taste, Jay. Good taste. Samsung White, absolutely incredible team.
Yeah, it's a man, Dandy Rengo. Those that's
just imp.
yeah, a little bit of history for you guys at home. If you weren't here in season 4, well, then maybe you're new to lane swaps, and then you're thinking, hey, this is a new meta. It's not new meta, it's old school. But we are actually getting it from Paragon Temporal, talking about lane swaps, which I'm a little bit surprised about.
Yeah. Okay, out of draft, I wasn't expecting this, but putting it in context, getting Cogmore out of a lane where it's Ash Callista, which is absolutely brutal, no matter which one is farming and which one isn't. It's really tough. If I'm bust right now, I'm going to go and mess up Snepex.
Now, this
Darius.
is the second ever lane swap I've seen from Paragon, both in this tournament, by the way. The last one was against the big Norwegian team that was fearing everyone in the land, whose name I've just forgotten for a second, Bitfix Gaming, right?
Bitfix, yeah.
And it went awfully in the first 6 minutes, Temporal. It was awful. I thought the game was over. I was done. I was like, okay, Paragon, you're not moving forward. You have lost the game. It's GG. But they managed to win. Like, it went a bit crazy, right? I think Snepex obviously played a massive role in that game.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if they've perfected it now, because they've had their opportunity. It didn't start off well. This time, it is starting off a bit better.
It's definitely put the Darius out of joint. I think Lions Creed may have sort of overlooked that. I think Refresh is really going to struggle. Porp coming in as well. They should have this
not
dive.
if Zeta takes the tower shots, though. That might actually hinder them quite a lot. Now only can take one, but the kill is had. It's 2 quick Temporal, and that is First Blood Lions Creed.
Yeah, dual ranged and a lane swap really hard for a lot of tanks, and then it doesn't get better when they are the 2 fastest early game sort of lane bullies. Teleport back and refresh too soon, my friend.
Oh no, he's level 2, maybe a little bit tankier. Porp gonna take a couple shots, but it's not enough to kill Spark. One more on the way out, but Refresh TP to certain death.
Yeah, the only summoner spell blown. Well, 2 summoner spells. We got Porp Flash and Zeta Heal. That's worth it for keeping Refresh on 1 CS. Sure, he got the level 2, which is something of a consolation prize bust. Still doing laps of his own jungle, waiting for that wave under his own tower. Looks like he might be able to get in there now, but he's trying to dodge Snepex.
Snepex just not in range, and yeah, we'll actually collect a little bit of CS. 2 CS down on Refresh, so keeping that one in my mind, but hasn't died yet, so hasn't given up any gold.
All of 40 gold.
Spark, we're already with the Serrated Dirk.
Yeah, being cheaper has been so nice this season. I've been playing a bunch of lethality AD carries. We mentioned Senna earlier on, but Callista being able to say, I've got 6,000-ish gold. I'm going to put 3 items through. One of them being Opportunity, which is just so strong right now.
Aurelion Soul. I always forget how much damage Aurelion Soul does from like the early. I feel like people talk about Aurelion Soul being that late game monster, and yes, we've all faced against late game Aurelion Soul, but he's no slouch in the early game. So I do wonder if maybe Paragon are going to start to try opening that one up, because okay, you will have a lot more knowledge than I will on the lane swaps. Are we at the moment having a massive advantage to Lions Creed, or is it actually still quite even?
It's a sizable advantage to Lions Creed. Bust eventually will meet Refresh again. They're both still going to be quite low level, so we're extending Darius's period of usefulness, where he can still just destroy Refresh in the 1v1. And they're sort of mirrored and matched. Unless Refresh starts soaking up a lot more XP than Bust is. It looks like he does have a slight XP lead right now, if I've counted those waves right. He is 1 up and should hit level 4 first. But it is not Bust getting choked out at the cost of all else. He's managed to go even on CS. I think Snepex, while he did get that extra quadrant, has actually missed a few opportunities to try and get under towers and pinch other players. So while Bust, he's losing out pretty nastily here. Yeah, about half a level down. The Darius, we've just seen Refresh ding level 4. It has allowed the Drake over, and Porp should be able to show up to the Rift Herald on time, even though Snepex is a level up.
Yeah, this is giving me awful top lane flashbacks of playing against ranged. Just having to wait under tower. But this one's even worse. And right now, Snepex, as you said, maybe hasn't had the dive threat, but has managed to get himself a level lead over Porp. So maybe ever so slightly ahead, as we are going to now see Porp journey into his own jungle. Now going to go aggressive onto Snepex as well. And going to start off this fight. Doesn't have as much support, though, as they maybe would have liked. And Snepex is going to be able to stay healthy. A little bit of the honey fruit as well should get them back up to HP, as grubs are spawning now temporal and people are mobilizing for them.
Yeah, Zeta's up here as well. Going to see Bust fall away. Wouldn't mind him trying to stick around if he's not going to teleport down to the tower. Some spell he doesn't hold. Porp with the PTA comes and spikes Snepex, so we'll have priority in on these grubs, and Lions Creed getting in on the early objectives and moving their duo around. Let's see if Spark and Zeta stick around here. Refresh, this is going to feel really good. Getting in well ahead of the Darius, getting that CS fed to the tower.
Oh, and Spark now in that top side, ready to take on Last, but Last is taking so much damage. Gonna have to back away, but Mozza able to keep them alive, and now actually Zeta the one to fall first temporal, and it's all gone wrong. Lions Creed, they've overstepped their mark, and they pay for it heavily.
Yeah, Spark and Zeta so much stronger there. A little miscommunication, and Last picks Zeta out of the air. Just a little overextended, where Spark was maybe calling back to get his rend cooldown back before going back in. A real shame. And that sort of brings the gold a little bit closer. As Paragon are keeping in it in this early game.
And maybe this is their key to success. Maybe this is their new formulation, right? I said they tried it once. Wasn't necessarily the best early game, but they managed to win the game. This time, they seem to be a lot more harmonious with it.
Yeah, they've kept Snepex really strong compared to Porp, and that's not a huge surprise. You know, normally Snepex is on the AP Gragas or similar, wants to be an individual threat. Porp wants to have absolutely wrecked the lane somewhere, and then potentially scale up himself, but it's not always so much a given. Just trying to take stock of plates around the map there. That's 3 each from blue on top and red 1 bottom. Means gold should be slightly Lions Creed favored. It does look like that's the way. So, with that being the early game, I wouldn't be surprised if Lasp and Mozza continue to stay away from the 2v2. The Bioarcane Barrage is nice, but Spark is coming to the stage where Zeta nearly has the Enchanted Crystal and can nearly be thrown in, which does make it so easy to get that 2v2 rolling.
Yeah, I really like how we're watching this game. It almost feels like watching a play, then probably, you know, like Act 1 just concluded, you know. Now we're on to Act 2, and things could start to get dramatic. Like, who is going to be playing the damsel in distress, and who is going to be the dragon? Right now, it does feel like Paragon, they managed to weather that early storm. They are starting to put a lot of pressure down, and we are feeding that, right? Bus is relatively low on everything, and Refresh is able to kind of stabilize a little bit better. First tower, though, is going to go to Lions Creed, so they are going to keep that momentum in their hand, and obviously with the Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, objectives neutrally are also going to them as well.
I was lucky enough recently to go see Players Kings in London. I don't know if you've seen the posters plastered over everything. It's oh gosh, I'm going to get it wrong now. Henry V, Acts 1 and 2, 3 and 4, requiring a different night because it's already 4 hours long.
Ooh.
Important takeaway. The young King Henry is very much a youth out there in the world, enjoying himself, having a good time, up to no good, and right now that's Lions Creed.
Yep, QQR was up to no good. Snepex coming to punish, and we'll send him to the grave. And Snepex, once again, being a really big proponent for Paragon, who I feel like maybe wasn't as big in the earlier parts of the season, Temporal, but definitely through playoffs, a key member of a lot of their victories. So Snepex getting strong should give them a lot of confidence. And Paragon, to me right now, it feels like they're biding that time. Like we said, they said we can wait until 30 minutes and then we can attack. And they're doing just that, Temporal. They're keeping that clock ticking over.
Yeah, they're holding on. I feel as the season has gone on for Paragon, they've shaped their compositions more around the jungler being an independent threat, an independent carry. We've seen more of the Viegos where Poppy has come through. It's not a you are a shield bot. It is you are there to secure the objective. You are there to pin someone up the wall and deal a bunch of damage. Refresh coming onto Zeta here. There is no Crystal Arrow available.
We'll be able to get that knock up and the knockback as well. Zeta is going to be finally pulled out with Fate's Call. But Paragon, again, forcing Lions Creed back. And I said about neutral objectives going Lions Creed's way. Well, this one is going to go all the way to Paragon there. So Dragon should be secured. I'm wondering if there's maybe an angle where Porp wants to go for it. I think they are just going to give this one up and try and get a bit of pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking for an exit frag here. They're looking for Team Atop to come back to lane.
Mozo going to be caught out here. Will be picked up. And yes, we are going to see a little bit of damage done to Lions Creed, but nothing to really write home about. Again, another kill picked up for them. And on the scoreboard, things are looking good. But in momentum Temporal, it still feels like Paragon are holding the reins.
Yeah, the Paragon are very happy if this carries on. If Act 1 has just finished, Jay, in Act 2, the young king unfortunately finds that life will get the better of you. And if that's Lions Creed to be our star of the show today, they may find a few more of those objectives, have tough fights in front of them, while they do get the exit kill on Tomaza, and that's somewhat of a win. It's not the win they were looking for. They didn't find Team Atopper. Yeah,
I wonder at what minute in the game we get the once more onto the breach, dear friends speech. For which side it will actually be having to be said.
Yeah, well, that's Act 3 of the film, where the motley crew all end up joining the army and people end up having a civil war. Civil War also quite fitting, you know. We're on theme today, guys. Shakespeare, UK
Indeed.
and Irish derby, fighting each other. Nothing changed.
Right now, Paragon and Lions Creed sending their bot lane up to the top, so they're still trying to claim those plates. Obviously, plates-wise, Lions Creed are still ahead, right? They have managed to accrue a 2k gold lead.
Snepex is here in behind this. Zeta will pull the arrow.
It's 3 versus 3. Also going to go down immediately, but here comes the TP Temporal. It's not over just yet. Refresh now looking for the knockup, but not going to find it. And TP is responded to by the mid laner as well. We're getting QQR here, and now they're moving forward. Porp getting some damage onto last, but the flash are going to be fast, and we'll get them to safety. So Paragon, this time, not able to turn it into their favor, and Lions Creed starting to get a little bit more tempo.
That's the incredible engaged setup of Ashe Callista. Any arrow, any knockup just goes fantastically chained together. They can't break through. Moza has to be so careful of this all game. It's a benefit that at least he's playing a ranged champion, but he doesn't have Aftershock. Doesn't have anything like that a Nautilus might have. Paragon are going to go for this again.
Ding, ding, ding. Here's the knock-up, and forward they go. Refresh, though. Not able to get the kill, but Lost going to go super low. Will not fall down, though. Spark not able to get another auto in, and Zeta was just 1 away from picking up the kill, although I do believe, I think Bailout was still activated, so I think Lost would have survived regardless. But all in all, again, another very close fight for Lions Creed, where the side of Paragon do pick up the kill. However, neither going to the Cogmore.
Yeah, just short on Ren there for Spark. I think he was 5 mana. Pretty sure it's 30 mana for Ren, but I'm going to have to go check that one later. just ticked over to 25 as he fell out of range, and we see in the picture-in-picture that knife just stuck in the Cogmore's back, unable to be pulled back out. And I think if you're Lasp right now, you're pretty happy. Has had some fantastic late game performances, is his specialty. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide as Refresh just gets back to his tower, and Porp will start the objective in trade.
And here we go. Next objective on the map to be fought for will be the Rift Herald, as we do have a dragon in 1 minute 30, but Temporal, we're not going to get into that one just yet. Hextech Dragon, though, for both these teams, feeling like the optimum.
Yeah, it's the most damage, the most fun, and the most stat sticky of the lot outside of Infernal, which has less cooldown reduction and chain lightning fun stuff. Snepex in here will have last.
Paragon will be a secure for Porp, and now here's the Shockwave. Mozza in big trouble here, will be taken out immediately. And again, another pickup for Lions Creed, now trying to go even further. The grab from Bust. Teamatopa in big trouble. The skies will fall, and the knockup is massive. But Teamatopa just about gets out, and now Last able to dish out a lot of damage. Lions Creed once again, just one auto, just one Ren stick from being able to kill another opponent.
So close from Lions Creed. It's still a huge victory, though. The call from Paragon to run away there was, hey, there's a dragon in a minute. We're not going to use the Sky's Descent here. We're not going to blow our flashes. But with Bust on the flank, their retreat turns into losing that Sky's Descent, losing Timatopa's flash, almost more valuable than the God's Life himself. Coming onto this dragon now, they have snuck in vision. Mozza was back out first, but this is a Lions Creed that has had chance to shop 2 items now on Spark. The next piercing arrow that lands won't be a third of someone's health. It'll be nearly the whole thing.
But they have lost some ultimates themselves. They don't have Shockwave, and they also don't have Cease and Desist from the Vice, so maybe a little bit more difficult to get onto a couple of targets. However, Lions Creed, with that Rift Herald in mid, gonna charge for this one. Tier 1 should go down, a little bit more money in the bank, and now a fresh run towards the dragon should be secured. The arrow gonna go slightly wide, though. Maybe a little bit of hope is given over to Paragon about this objective, but actually, I think Lions Creed just going to take pole position on this one. Paragon starting to walk forwards Temporal. They're starting to scope it out, and Snepex might be looking for that flank, but going to be caught out on wards, and Lions Creed just holding themselves together.
Lions Creed know that they bought position with that ultimate. They didn't lose it by leaving any stragglers behind, anyone to be picked out. The arrow is halfway back already. So much cooldown reduction on that Ash build. Q cooldown boots as well. Zeta just wants to get those arrows back in the quiver as fast as possible.
And here comes the knockup, though. That's a big one. And now, with the ultimate, they're stunned, they're locked up, and Paragon are in their face. Spark will be able to get a little bit of damage down, but Lasp is cleaning them up. Zeta on the backline. Goodbye, buddy. And Paragon swarm in and swoop through Lions Creed.
Timatopa gets the line off on the side, and Lasp, the opportune moment, comes in after an inefficient rend with the Callista unable to go further. If we watch this, that's dual knockup onto Zeta and Porp. Refresh comes over the top with the massive Berserk out of Mozza, and it's more than enough to isolate Zeta, pull the rest of Paragon through.
And Paragon, we said they needed the top clock to keep ticking. They do that once more. They take mid tower. They almost even the gold Temporal. They are doing what we expected them not to be able to. They are starting to get that leverage in this game. And as we said, the game keeps ticking over, the more likely they are to win.
Every extra minute, every bit, the Lasp gets stronger, the Timatopa gets stronger. This Callista Spark gets weaker as the late game relies on being able to reach your opponents, relies on being able to rend through multiple targets, and that's too close to a Sun Dragon for safety.
And I've got to ask Temporal, big questions here, big questions. Hostile takeover plus the Call of the Forge God. Are we calling it the Forge God takeover or the Hostile Forge God?
Hostile Forge God. I think that's the way. The ultimate AoE pit of death that
it's awful. It's awful.
Short range AD carries.
They're in the air, they land, and they're attacking each other. It's like, oh,
yeah, it's like, hold on. I'm sure we were playing for the same team.
A combination that I'm sure we're going to see in many more team fights. And a question as to how to avoid it for Lions Creed is now going to be proposed, because as we said, expectation was that they would get a good early game, right? Lane swap, I think, really threw them off. I don't think they were expecting that to come through, right? That's why they locked in the Darius.
Yeah.
And then obviously this has kind of set them back a lot. Still, we are though in that mid game. There is still a lot to play for, and I do think that Lions Creed are very strong at this moment in time. But give another 10 minutes, Temporal, and we're now starting to hear those crying rallies needed to bring Lions Creed back into the game.
I think the way around it is to have Bust on a deep flank. With that Ghost, he does have the Summoner spell set up for it. Stride Breaker will help on the approach. I think we need to see a little more damage out from him, and then he'll be able to put threat onto Team Topper or Lasp from deep behind enemy lines. If he finds Snepex, that might not go so well, and giving Viego an opportune first reset if the... Oh, Channing Crystalera, that's
downtown.
coming out. It's a bit wide.
From downtown, it's very wide. It may not be needed though. Plus on the chase, but not going to be able to get on top. And now with the knockup coming through and avoiding the Forge God refresh, in big trouble here. Kill should be donated over to Spark, and Paragon actually looking to continue going with his team at Topper. Going aggressive, and here comes Snepex on the flank from the mist. Can he find a target? He will decide against it.
Second defensive teleport from QQR keeps Lions Creed just 1,000 gold ahead. It's tale as old as time. Just a little advantage every time we equalize. A little advantage to follow. Third item nearly done for Sparks Callista. However, at 2 items, the Cogmore generally more effective now. Callista will do so well at ripping someone's head off, but to play through a team fight, that's the sort of artillery Cogmore is playing with, not Callista.
And we already saw it around that second dragon fight, right? When we did get to see the hostile Forge God, it was just a setup that allowed Last to then just fire off shots, and Spark and Zeta weren't able to do enough damage to really combat the Cogmore. So it does ask the question, how are we going to see Lions Creed play around it? Are they going to go for maybe a little bit of a sneaky attempt, right? Try and get Last on a quick burst and just have them out of the fight, but then you still have to think about Team Atoppa Temporal. So there are quite a few questions on my mind. So far, Lions Creed though have shown they're very successful at getting those picks.
Yeah, I think a direct shockwave onto the Cogmore won't do it either. It really does have to be a bust on a flank or a shock from nowhere. Because if you do shockwave the Cogmore, he will get a second chance. And then Team Atopper and Snepex coming over the top should buy him space. The way I'm looking at the map right now, Lions Creed pushing into this low quadrant, setting up for Dragon on the next wave. They're likely going to have a run-in on this one, but it's still 2-2, Jay. We're still going later. We're still going into Paragon's comfort zone. And definitely the zone where their composition thrives the best. Let's see if Lions Creed managed to keep what is essentially 4 fragile champions and a Darius alive through this next section.
And this is what we were saying earlier, Temporal, about the growth of this team, right? Saying Paragon's comfort in game 1 of a series, like, hey, we would have been crazy to say that in spring. So I really like this from Paragon, that they're showing those different strategies, that they've shown that they've improved, that they know how to play the map a bit better, and they're a lot more consistent. And it is beautiful to see as the Dragon has just spawned now. Again, Paragon trying to make their way through. Lions Creed just going to go for this one, and they will just take it as a duo and then walk away.
Yeah, allowed Lions Creed to keep their mid lane present and delayed Paragon's approach, so nice work there. And it is another objective on the board. However, there's no conversion. There's no pushing ahead. There's no acceleration here for Lions Creed. We're still in the 1 to 2,000 gold range. We're still stacking up objectives slowly. No Elder Dragon or Soul to be seen for at least 10 more minutes. And yeah, that's kind of what Paragon want regardless.
We're talking about big objectives. The pings
Baron,
on the
Baron has
Baron are being
spawned. We saw a shock one earlier to force a fight. This is a way Lions Creed can accelerate. They're going to have to turn around pretty sharpish here, and they don't have the vision to turn it around on a dime.
Well, Paragon are starting to swarm. They're starting to collapse from all sides, Temporal, and here comes the falling star. A massive sweep through the team, but a beautiful way to get out, and the shockwave will hold them back a little bit longer. Lions Creed have managed to do the great escape.
They've done it. They got some ultimates out there. They nearly took Mozzer out with that last piercing arrow. The Rend was chained on top, would auto cast, kill the Renanda Glashk before she's able to get away. This shockwave as well off to the side of the fight. Nearly setting up for a Lions Creed reversal. Their ability to get out from the objective, well called on time, and gave them the space to not be caught out by a hungry Paragon.
It does beg the question of, do Paragon start the Baron? Do they start to look for these objectives? 3 minutes until the next Dragon. And yes, as we said, Paragon very happy to wait that one out, as it's only 1,000 gold between the teams, Temporal. So it is Lions Creed that need to do something, and that Baron is looming in their minds. But with the wards and the vision control that we do see from Paragon, it's going to be very hard for a clean take.
Yeah, Paragon won't be able to come and do the same as what Lions Creed are doing here. They don't have the turnaround burst of something like a Callista. If that Cogmore gets stuck in the pit, he's doomed, second health bar or not. So Lions Creed a little happier to try and find a line. They're repeating the same play again here, but there are some wards down in Paragon's jungle. So the approach will be spotted out, and that's where we're going to see an Ash Arrow. That's where we're going to see Porp leave the objective and turn to PvP.
Paragon know. They may not have the vision, but they know, and they are now going to get a ward down. 5,000 on this objective. It is starting to go, and here comes the Forge God. Where is the hostile taker? It's not in just yet, and now Paragon stay in the pit, but it's Lions Creed to take the Baron, and we're moving forward, but Paragon once again, Temporal, just obliterate through Lions Creed.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a whiff flash there. Spark did manage to get the smite off. Not sure that was the position he wanted to come out in. Paragon, they get 2 in trade for the Baron. If they can suppress the power play, that's fine for them. Remember, Baron worth about 5 kills on its own, but what you do with the buff afterwards is how you set up for the other pieces that define it.
Paragon stepping forward, but maybe a little bit too far. Arrow going to go slightly wide. Ornn already taken, but now the chase is on. Temporal Bust is starting to run them down. QQR with the slower to Moza. Hostile takeover is going to come through, and it will catch out too. And now the turnaround. Snepex going aggressive, but not going to be able to get enough damage on top. Bust with the Ghost Procs running forward, last holding them at bay. The Arcane Artillery just doing enough to stop them.
Tense moment there. Paragon managed to delete the wave. That's great. They thought about the tower. It was a bit too much. See them come forward. Okay, we're back to the Baron. Keep our eyes on Spark here. Okay, so the flash takes him deeper. However, it locks him into the pit. Means he is that bigger smite chained up with Porp, but Team Atapa coming over the top takes the AD carry out straight away. And Shockwave or not, Lions Creed have to run to the hills, defend their tier 2 tower, nearly overextend on the back of it, but keeping even for now.
And I respect it.
Hey Jay, what's the gold lead? What's the gold lead? What is the? Yeah. It's still the gold lead.
It's still the gold lead, but it is only 1,000 gold.
It's still 1,000 gold. Nothing has moved. This is it's still great for Paragon.
No difference. Paragon right now are still sitting pretty, as we do see again. Refresh being contacted in the jungle, but it doesn't really make a big difference. As Lions Creed looking for another tower in this Baron power play, but can they make it happen? The rotations from Paragon have been swift, and they have been just, and they are able to hold out even longer. But I think finally some towers will crack.
Yeah, with the grubs as well, empowered with the Hand of Baron. 6 grubs picked up earlier in the game, paying dividends. Mid T2 ate another wave there, so Lions Creed had to slow down, fall back into this dragon. Sorry, this would put someone on soul point. So Lions Creed will get priority in mid lane. They'll move first, but Snepex is on the flank. Paragon are looking to fight this. They will be present.
And they've won every fight so far, and it started off like this. The Forge God is called, and they're going to get aggressive with it. They'll also take over. Will be able to match out onto Spark, and we're looking at Snepex. Where will the Viego pop up? Whose heart is about to break? No one's thus far as they step back once again, but Paragon now gaining control over the pit. Dragon is up, and Paragon are swarming around this objective. QQR getting a little bit of poke there, Temporal, as we see the Aurelion Soul went back to base, but is coming now back, flying through the sky. The Paragon, they're holding off. They're playing disguise. They're not allowing Lions Creed to realize the 4 versus 5. They're not allowing to get them in range. And now with the Dragon back, all hell might break loose. Paragon stepping forward. The Dragon Dance is happening once again, Temporal. Both teams looking for their opportunity, looking to make a difference. The Ornn stepping forward. The knockup is there, and now we get the 2 sides to collide again. Lions Creed taking the objective and now moving forward. They've already got 1 kill, and they're looking for more. Now Team Atapa in the middle of the fight. We'll have to go golden, but he's not coming in out first. Lions Creed make it happen, Temporal. They win the team fight.
The patient game from Lion's Creed lets them in on the dragon. I thought Lasp had a beautiful angle there as Aurelion Sol came back in, but a little moment of doubt was more than enough. This is Aurelion Sol re-arriving. He got a base off. He got through the portal and flew back down. Spark and Porp on top of the objective. They do have the superior smite. The rend well over 2,000 at this stage. Will be called at 18 and does a plenty more damage despite Paragon being in, and a shockwave with Spark over the top is enough. Lasp unconfident in his front line's ability to turn around. They lose Team Atopper on the side. That's the risk when you play these pincer strategies in League of Legends. Anyone on their own will not stand up to the group.
Really smooth, really composed from Lion's Creed. It felt quite stressful, to be honest. I'm not even playing the game anymore without getting stressed.
I was like, I could see Cogmore coming in. Lasp had flash. He had the ability. And it just wasn't there. The focus on the objective and that shockwave breaking Paragon's front line was so tense.
Ooh, but more fights, more life. Both teams still in it. 3 minutes 30 until the sole point of the Hex deck, but we're going to get a Baron before that. 1 minute 15 on the purple buff, which I feel like Paragon do not want to lose again. Because again, a couple of team fights, Temporal. Yes, we're getting to the late game. Yes, we're at 30 minutes. But if Lion's Creed do win a couple of team fights, it could be all over. They have now extended their goal lead to 5k, the first time that it's been over about 3.
It is growing. However, the champion's ability to win a team fight on its own is shrinking. The Callista still really strong, and we saw the Aurelion Sol blow up there. However, from now on, extra items will not add extra power necessarily to the Callista. She is 1,000 gold away from full build. That'll be achieved in a few minutes. And from there on, it's the catch-up game. The Cogmore's getting tankier with the Terminus. I think a Runon's as well, and you won't even have to pick who he's hitting.
Talking about items as well, you got to think about it. Refresh is close to getting the ornament out. A nice Christmas tree of items could be selected for Paragon, but they have to get a couple more levels there.
Yeah, it's soon. This is coming through. I think I don't remember all of the current new ornaments. I believe Blade of the Ruin King and Kraken Slayer. If not, the Sunder is still on this. And Sundered Sky for sure is on the list. Yep. It's a strong set of items to be improved. Zeta's not even close.
I didn't even realize how close Zeta was to losing their life there.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I thought it was. I'll be real. Right. Difference from last Baron for Paragon. They pushed mid first. They got a line of vision. They're looking to delay Lion's Creed from making the same gambit, from saying, come at us in the pit. We'll fight. We'll turn it round. That red ward in the back. Paragon's challenge to approach. In fact, Lion's Creed won't even hit it. They will just invite them forwards by blocking it off.
Ooh, and Snepex going to be contacted by Bust here. The Darius just playing Bouncer, but needs to get out there quickly. Ghost will be procced, and the damage from Lasp is not to be unthought about. Oh my days, the Cogmore is getting strong.
Just a little bit of a disrespectful reset.
Oh, the sidestep though, breaking the ankles, but has left Porp in the middle of the fight in a big problem. However, trying to salvage it now is Lion's Creed. They're trying to get back into this fight, Temporal, but Paragon have called them out. They've called them unsuspecting, and now here comes the dragon. Here comes the fire, the power. Paragon sees forward. They take more and more, and they will win another team fight, but it opens them up, Temporal, for the Baron.
They should be able to get in here and do this. Snepex pushing forwards, knowing that Lion's Creed fumbled the Baron, turned around. If we're going to look in the pit here, I think... No, we're a little bit later. Just loses this health because Porp doesn't want to come over the wall. There's a desynchronization. His rocket jump is on a timeout. Zeta gets the setup here, but the Renata Glashgold keeps Spark, keeps QQR in a rough position. They can't extend forwards. The Ashe overextended. Paragon get the Baron on the backside. And another team fight that this late game 50-minute composition has gone deep for. Works out for Paragon.
It's Dragon time, 20 seconds on the clock. Temporal, they're
don't
running
be
for it.
late.
They're
Don't
using
be
the
late.
gates. We're starting to move forward. We see Lion's Creed already in the pit, and I feel like this is the fight. This is the last fight on the breach, dear friends. This is the moment where the match could be made or lost. Paragon, with a big win here, could take the whole thing from Lion's Creed's grasp.
I like Lion's Creed checking up, looking for a pick, looking for someone rushing in. That dragon's so squishy. Got to see Call of the Forge Godge now or nothing.
Oh, the knockup not going to come through. Lion Screed get the dragon, but can they get out? QQR in a tough situation. Shockwave will hold back Paragon for a little bit longer, but not enough. Bust in the mixer, trying to make something happen, but just delaying Paragon from swooping in. Hextech Soul secured, but is it enough, Temporal?
2 is technically worth it for Lions Creed, but on a technicality, the Baron power play will continue for Paragon. They don't have a wave, else this would have been a fantastic chance to crack the base open. And instead, they will just have to push up mid. They're going to give ornaments over there. That is the Ginsu's Rage Blade coming up to its full form. They should be able to push in. I don't think they're going to get the base. If this wave goes missing, and it will as they abandon for top lane, that will be the respawns. QQR and Bust come back up. They will offer the front line once again. It's getting tougher and tougher for Lions Creed in these fights to make the pick, to take someone out. It's just getting harder and harder for the first seed.
TP, the flank.
Aggression from QQR.
This is the moment. This is the chance coming in from Lions Creed. They have to make it happen. Spark immediately with the kill onto the Renata. Now Love taking so much damage, but not enough. A little bit more was needed, and it was found. Snepex, though, surviving in the back of this fight, able to live a little bit longer, but Lions Creed stop any sort of hope of that from a little bit more longer. Now moving forward, Temporal, can they open it up? Do they have the time? Because it's 30 seconds before the Cogmore's back.
A shutdown of the Baron power play a minute early. Refresh and Team Atop are forced away. Lasp's flash gone and Porp is still going. Lions Creed know they have the advantage now. For this next wave, they must play. They must end this game as soon as possible. We saw that Spark's damage is nearly all of Lasp's health bar. Despite the Terminus, despite the late game, the Callista is still a threat. A big investment from Lions Creed pays off.
Still only the tier 2 though, Temporal, not able to break the base, not cracking the inhibs, not forcing the rift against you and giving that extra lead. 3 minutes 40 until the Elder Dragon. Maybe that is all that Lions Creed will need to end this game. But it keeps the clock ticking for Paragon.
Yeah, I don't think there is a way Lions Creed can end before then, short of complete technical failure. And Paragon have given me no reason to suspect they're in their binning off game 1 fashion. The Cogmore's return from their single victory over Lions Creed. The late game at all costs nature looks so good on this stage. This looks more like a semi or a final to me, Jay. This is real tension between these teams.
Yeah, Paragon a whole step up. We were surprised when they took the winners bracket by storm in the UKEL. It would be a big shock if they win over Lions Creed here today, but they could do it. They're showing the power, they're showing the potential for that success, and they're looking for a pick. They're looking for someone, they're looking for Spark, and they might just find it. Here come the stars, the skies fall, and Paragon surge forward. The slows able to hold them at bay. Lions Creed just able to get out the way.
QQR did look for a flank there. Lions Creed burn summoners, they're just about able to get away. The Ghost out of Lasp as well. Slight favor to Paragon. More ultimates than summoners burnt for them. That will make Lions Creed's job this little bit tougher. There will be summoner heal just as the dragon comes up. But a little bit of a scare. That jungle no longer their own. It's no longer come at me, bro. It's a tense fight between these two teams.
And not many more left, Temporal. I believe we got 1, maybe 2 in the chamber. The double barrel loaded, but how many shots need to be taken? 1 minute 16 before the Baron, 1 minute 54 before the Elder Drake. Any slip up at this moment can cost the teams the game.
It's a difficult macro puzzle. Viewers at home, if you look at the map right now, you've got a question to answer. Do you rush the Baron down and attend the Elder Dragon with the other team on full setup, knowing that they've scaled as Lions Creed? With Paragon in such a commanding position, it's hard to say whether you just go for the objective, whether you continue this swaggering stance you've had so far. See, I'm back on my Shakespeare. Where you've walked into the objective first as Lions Creed, and most of the time it's worked out. But the last time you tried as the Enchanted Crystallara will stop the base, not quite in position to form the pick itself. Last time we did this, Bust went to half and the fight was lost.
We're keeping it Shakespeare. To Drake or not to Drake, Temporal? That is the question. Do you Baron first? Do you Elder Drake first? Where do you put your chips? 13 seconds before the purple buff comes up, and Lions Creed, they seem pretty adamant on doing it.
40 seconds is not quite enough to transfer over. Paragon have to do something here. They either have to antagonize and aggravate this Baron take from Lions Creed, or they have to completely concede and faces 5.
Oh, and here comes the Ornhorn. Big knock up, 3 members caught out, and here come Paragon surging forward. Temporal, they just need this fight. They're looking for it. They're closing in. They're loading up. They're trying to find the shot, but can they make it happen? Refresh just cannot get into the backline. The hostile taker finally coming through, and it might just be all they needed. Snepex diving onto Bust. Do they have the damage? Zeta trying to run away, but Paragon just keep moving forward. They take another fight. Spark just about not even getting out alive. The resurrecting will come through, but fallen again. Quadra kill to the dragon, and QQR barely alive on his own fountain.
Paragon do it again. They approach the objective, and this time around, none of the objectives are necessary. They will push through the base. Huge respawn time numbers for Lions Creed. They fail once again to secure their objective.
A big win. The pentakill, Temporal, will come through for Timo Topper, the man I talk about all the time for Paragon. They take game 1 and they shatter expectations.
An absolutely statement victory. Not in the traditional sense of the use. It wasn't all Paragon all the way, but they execute the win condition. They know where they have to respect Lions Creed, and they know where Lions Creed are talking a little too much talk and aren't able to walk the walk. A second failed defense in front of the Baron in a row costs them. Mozza set Spark onto killing QQR all on his little lonesome. And just absolutely eviscerated the fight. Well done, Paragon.
We said they go late game, they win the game. We said the corner was thrown down. Lions Creed had to take early. Paragon held firm. They did not break. They just bent. They held the pressure, and they were able to surge back and win the game. Messy, maybe a little bit, but impressive from Paragon nonetheless. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game 2, potentially the decider, potentially the final for Paragon if they can win. We are back once again, and we've been scratching our heads about what would just happen, right? About the changes that have occurred right in front of our eyes, Temporal. Paragon, consistent, winning, game 1 over Lions Creed. You'd love to see it. The UK's up once again.
Yeah, the late game setup, we called it from draft, was just like, like if Lions Creed don't clamp and close and the lane swap set them up for that, they might just do it. They might just win. And you could see the call from Lions Creed. So, we force the objectives, we accelerate the game, and you started to see it break down, and then it was the eventual falling of the game in such dramatic and sort of demonstrative fashion. That was like, this is what they needed to do, and they died doing it.
And it does put a big question on the rest of the series, because Paragon seem to have found their comfort. It seems that even in a draft that maybe we think could be hard to play out, they can find ways to make it work, right? The lane swap came in nice. It was something that was unexpected by, I think, essentially everyone watching and involved, except for maybe Paragon themselves. And it really did catch Lions Creed off guard. So I do wonder how Lions Creed are going to come into this second game with some fresh eyes, with some new tempo to try and bring it back into their corner. Because if they can't win game 2 Temporal, then it's all done. It is over. It will be Paragon moving on to take on Bloodline. But for Temporal, before we get into a little bit more chat, let's go through the last game. Let's run this VT.
Yeah, this is, I believe, the cataclysmic final fight. This is the Baron start from Lions Creed. They've got to have Paragon come towards them. They've got to find an angle for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for the Callista to play through. And just by the time of Call of the Forge, got Spark and Zeta below half. It's only the little Aurelion Soul, so it only brings Porp out of the fight. QQR managing the front line so well here, holding the members of Paragon at the edge of the wall, so that even though Snepex falls down, it's not the end of it. And this ultimate here, look at the back left side. QQR and Spark nearly remove each other. The control mage aspect of Renata realized fully. And at this stage, a lot of fighting has happened, and Team Atopper has not taken damage in any of it. The Aurelion Soul late game fantasy sets up for the quadra kill here, converted into a pentakill not much later.
Yeah, and I've got to ask the question. How did Lions Creed get themselves out of the situation if we see a run back coming in for Paragon?
All right. Not putting a clock on themselves. The Callista, I love it in that 2v2. It would, well, in the few times we saw a 2v2, it absolutely shredded. Maybe something that doesn't fall off quite so hard, but still has that domination. The Ashe in AD carry position was open in this game. And I think as soon as you see Aurelion Soul just like dummy locked in, it's like, are we going to end? If the answer is no, switch this round, scale ourselves a bit better. I think QQR's Orianna is a fantastic champion. I think he's really good at playing it.
Yeah.
I don't think it suits Lions Creed, and I think most of their historical losses have been with this formula where the Orianna is set up to support someone else. I want to see QQR break faces. The Tristana was open here. The Azir self-ban, the Corki banned away. I want to see him dominate on his own and have that threat rather than that support potential.
I'm hearing you. Kassadin mid. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Straight in.
Kassadin all the way. Let's go level 16. Don't put a clock on yourself. Put a clock on your enemies. That's what I'm hearing from you, Temporal, there. That's what I personally want to see.
This is the Caps, Faker, Tristana, Aurelion Soul moment. Like, we've been doing this all season. Like, I need to have some claps channeled through QQR, because that's who he is right now.
And I believe it can happen, right? I think that from what I know of these teams, right, which is a decent amount, I would like to say, right? I've got it once or twice. I think that it's a sentiment where Lions Creed to me are not going to be out, right? This isn't a situation of, they're going to be backs against the wall, they're going to be days, they're going to be fine, right? They're ready to go, they're seasoned, they've been here before many a time, they like a series, they can go to game 3, they're not going to be phased. But what I am expecting now what I am anticipating and thinking about is how are Paragon now going to manage their second game? I do wonder, do they change it up? Do they keep their same strategy? Are we seeing lane swaps again? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and the thought process that I have is not that Lions Creed themselves are maybe worried or whatever. I think they're going to be completely fine. But what if it is a lane swap again? What if they don't go for lane swap again? Like, are there now a lot of questions for Lions Creed, or do Lions Creed just say, you know what, actually, no, we beat this team before, we're going to do our own thing?
I wonder if they'll just ban Aurelion Soul. So much work has been done on the singular pick. Paragon experts at weaving it in and securing draft advantage later on, despite, blinding mid and just getting team atop at such a stable position. If you ban it, you let something else loose. Their last loss, Aurelion Sol wasn't even involved. They had a Karma mid lane, which is still present and could still suppress QQR on many picks. It's a difficult sort of circular question, because no matter where you end up, you need something creative to break a cycle here. And I don't want to pin a single answer onto Lions Creed, because the conditions have to come true first.
I do like the Soul ban. I think the Soul ban works out. I think Soul Azir banned away does limit Team of Top a little bit. Of course, still has a lot of champions, still has a lot of play potential, but I think
won't be
taking
that
those two
late
out,
game.
yeah, it's not the crazy situations that we've seen, right? In the same way that you ban away QQR's Corki, right? So keep doing that, Paragon, by the way. If Paragon don't do that, then we're starting to get a bit
See you in game 3, guys.
Yeah, see you in game 3 for sure. And if they ego it, then they ego it. Then let the best team win. But at the end of the day, I think realistically, keeping the bans the same for Paragon makes sense. For Lions Creed, maybe a couple of changes could come through. I'm trying to remember what their third ban was. They banned away the Azir, then they banned away the Talia, and then they banned away the Varus. Yeah, so maybe the Varus gets swapped out there for the Aurelion Sol. Yes, okay, last looks really good on the Varus, but at the same time, if it was Varus in that game versus Kog'Maw, maybe it's not the same win condition.
It would have been tougher for sure. I think for the Varus to be as well defended takes extra work. Excuse me, compared to the Kog'Maw. He isn't the best use of Terminus. His Blade of the Rune King isn't as strong. And his synergies with Renata fall off slightly differently, because you don't have that sort of easy, long-lasting slow into the advance. Your trading pattern changes. If I've got to put a nail on it, I want Paragon to run as close as is sensible to the same thing and to sort of challenge Lions Creed. Lions Creed should be stable on this. But they still have to come up with a solution. They're not going to break apart, but you still have to close the game. Challenging them to come later and later is still the way out for Paragon in my mind. I think range supports look fine. Do the lane swap again. There was that fantastic 2014 ward we called out in the middle of the tier 1 and tier 2 towers that did, in hindsight, a lot more work than I thought it was. I was like, that's like elementary lane swap. We're at advanced lane swap. Like, no, it's like, it's all you need to do. It is enough on its own. I kind of want them to do it again.
Yeah, well, you wanted them to lane swap again, or just run
the do it.
The lane swap?
Do it. Sparks looks so good in lane. Send it. Don't let him lane against anyone but the top lane.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that I don't love lane swaps, I'll be honest. We saw some bad lane swaps in the EMEA Masters. We saw
I'm such of the G2 persuasion. Do it as mental warfare, and then as soon as you don't need it anymore, you drop that strategy, put pressure on your opponents. And it's like, no, I'm here to play League of Legends now.
I'm interested to see either way, because I feel like Paragon are just a team that they're just so interesting to watch because of the fluctuation that can be Paragon, right? One day amazing. One day you're like, hey, what's happening here? It can even happen mid-series. So we're going to see which one we're going to get right now. This time, we're not seeing any swaps. It is going to be Lions Creed once again on the blue side. This time, sticking with Talia ban, but this time making it their first.
I like the maintenance of Talia. That was what Snepex and Timatopa flex between when the Aurelion Sol goes missing. So you take both, and you get things changing.
I still think the Azir is worth potentially taking away as well. I'm not against the 3 ban on Timatopa. I think the Timatopa is not the only player in this team, right? I think the Paragon play really well as a unit, but I will say I think Timatopa has looked really, really strong in all of their wins. Maybe that is just because other factors are playing into it and I'm overreading it.
I think they spike more. They spike more on individual moments, and I think it's why the last Varus ban comes through as well. But in this case, Refresh's Ornn was deemed too strong last game.
Now, you know what? I hear it, because I will say, we've seen Refresh play Camille. We've seen Refresh play Jax. Some amazing games, some not so great games. The Ornn has felt so consistent for Refresh, right? It's almost felt like it's the champion that we should have seen him play a long time ago, because every single match feels like the same consistency. They understand the engages, they're making the plays, and it's been such a big proponent in their wins that I get why we're getting it, why we're seeing it banned. Vi can be picked up though there. Once again, Lions Creed saying we are taking this champion back.
Wouldn't have minded the Varus there. as Lion's Creed, you're good to maintain an Azir Tristana handshake and Varus in multiple like lethality on hit and full comet poke form. Plays into that team very nicely, sets up for the Vi, which I don't think Paragon would have jumped to so quickly. I feel like Lion's Creed's starting to get a little ahead of the curve, not necessarily in a good way. Paragon, they're going to get Lasp's Varus. It's ultimate comfort for this guy. He loves going late on it. I think to pair, you can probably, you just take the Ashe through. Okay, nice. Ooh. So you've got that lane domination, and you're going to show Lion's Creed how this 2v2 is meant to work.
Okay. Stops the Kalista as well. So I do like this a lot, actually, from Paragon. You know, I'm very much hearing it, very much seeing it. I do wonder how Lion's Creed are going to respond, right? I still think there's a world where we maybe get a Draven, but the Jinx is being hovered. The Lucian as well with the early game. You know what, Temporal? I would have been happy with either. Lucian going in, though, makes me even happier, though, than the Jinx.
All right, Lucian, I mean, pretty strong. The textbook answer would have been Senator Tom Kench. That is not Lion's Creed's style. We experimented early weeks with it in the Four Nations. It did not go well. Lucian Nami is really strong right now. Let there be no one deceived. It's really powerful. But you've given over Azir with the Tristana band to chase it. And you've put yourselves on a clock with a jungler that is target access with an AD carry that will fall away against your opponents and be a target for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at close range. A Tristana ban from here cements a Paragon win in the first half of this draft.
And I will say, it's a story that we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, right? A lot of early game versus late game compositions. And I will say, in general, I think that the late game has been winning, right? I think that I've casted 3 at least where we've had that same narrative, early game versus late game. Every single time the late game has won. Maybe it's just me being a little bit unlucky, but it seems like it does have a lot of power in the meta at the moment. Malphite being banned away there. Are you a little bit surprised Malphite is the option here?
I think Paragon just fear bust innately.
Fair enough.
as a form. You are picking multiple marksman style champions. Removing Malphite is fine. They let Tristana through here. I am going to be absolutely shocked. What on right? Orianna set up onto Lucian is nice. It's not as good as last game, and last game it didn't get the job done. I don't think it's going to get today's job done unless that's some really dumb, slow-moving frontline from Paragon that they're going to do here. That's not Refresh's style. That's not SnapX's style. Unnecessary ban there, and the Tristana has somehow got through.
Made their way, and we're now seeing some of those junglers banned away as well. Sejuani and Xin Zhao taken off the board. A couple of early game present junglers removed. I still feel like SnapX could go for that Viego once again. You know, it was really strong in that first game, but they still need that engage too. The Ornn being taken away, I do think hurts Paragon quite a lot here. I do wonder, do they have another tank, right? Maybe a Zac could potentially fill that slot.
Cassante gone. Zac is all right. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. The Gragas would be fine in the blind to nullify. It was banned away in the first set. So when we're thinking of nullifying top laners similar to Gragas, nearly all of them are gone. Who are the best corrupting pot abusers on current patch? That tends to be the archetype. None of them are going side lane anymore because QQR has decided he's had enough. His Akali, I believe, is 80% in Four Nations. No, wait. 100%? Was it a game they lost to Ruddy in the lower bracket?
It's rare.
It's so strong. This is what he tends to go to when he doesn't necessarily care about winning mid anymore, but in the same vein as LCK mids everywhere, he's going to go side and kill everyone else at 20. This is Lion's Creed extending their clock, which is pretty good, pretty exciting. The Renekton pairs up nicely with the Lucian Nami. That's the dumb front line we were thinking about from Paragon. I don't really rate the Scion here. He will eventually get out over the top of Spark, but Porp shredding his armor down is pretty bad, and QQR will eviscerate him in the side lane.
I feel like I preferred the Jax. They hovered it. Refresh plays it a lot. I feel like I was a little bit more on...
It's a dangerous matchup into Renekton. That is hands check to the extreme, and if the Jax falls down, you are a Counter-Strike bot for a team that really doesn't need it, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow already coming up over the top. I think if you formulate
the question, it's time, Temporal.
All right,
is it a lane swap? They picked Scion. Good when he's dead.
God. I'd
Good when he's
enjoyed
alive.
the recent lack of
It
lane
might
swaps.
be a
Can
lane
you tell I'd
swap.
already purged it? Yeah, sure. You just swap it. Like, do not.
It might
risk.
be.
Do not
Because
risk.
Sion's not going to care.
Yeah, Sion doesn't care, and you can put Lions Creed's Renekton absolutely in the mud with an Ashe. So yeah, just do it.
Feels like a lane swap, therefore. That's all I'm saying. It feels like a lane swap.
I've been
They've got
done
range
twice
in
in
the
a
bot lane.
row. Twice in a row in draft, I've been forgetting that lane swaps
might
not
not be, though.
exist,
It
but are
might
the
not be.
objective. Oh, it like all right. If
But
Paragon don't
surely
do
it
it, that's
is.
a bigger mistake than me being like, Sion might play the game normally. Like, no, he isn't. He's not going to do it.
You pick Sion, you got the bowl strategy, you got the lane swap strategy. Which one you going? Neither of them is laning normally. Like,
It's like
there is
on
no
one
normal
hand,
laning.
such bravery. On the other hand, no, I will not be playing League of Legends. I will be playing Optimization Simulator. So let's have
Well,
a see.
let's
Look
get
and
into
see how it
game.
goes.
Let's see what is reality. Is it another lane swap? Is it going to be a Paragon 2-0? That's the big question on everyone's mind right now.
All right. Let's do a quick Lucian Nami refresher because there are a lot of misconceptions about it. It is frustrating to play against, so I get where they come from. If you've been solo queued by it and killed at level 2, then you probably think it's good at level 2. That's wrong. That's not true. Varus Ashe will win early
take
levels.
notes.
Oh, there's 4 going topside. This is just the scouting party. We're not going to say the swap word right yet. But
Hopefully
Lucian
not.
Nami hit 6, shift up to mid around Dragon, and absolutely rip someone's head off. That is the way these two explode forwards. As PRG suspect scouting and stack to prevent it. It's not coming though. And instead, Lions Creed happy to play open-handed and say, we'll do whatever you want.
All I'm thinking is lane swap. LS. LS encouraged this. You know, that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing in my brain right now.
I haven't watched a lot of Nick streams
Maybe.
recently. He's
Neither have I, but either way,
he's
are we gonna
big
get it
on
right?
his jungle Shen, you know what I mean? He's deep
Yeah,
down the
I've
rabbit
heard
hole.
about that. Have heard about that.
Good pick, but not in flavor really. We're destroying things this game rather than defending them.
You see it. You see it. We see it. People at home see it. I think we can all recognize what is about to happen here, Temporal. It looks like a lane swap.
I mentioned it on Twitter. I want someone to do the triple mid instead, or just funnel a Master Yi. We have Rengar players in major ERLs. I know some of them, not the NLC ones, have scrimmed, like Lulu Top, who just leaves and walks through the jungle with them, into enemy jungle frequently.
I'll be honest.
Other things like
Funneling
that
is my least favorite strat in League of Legends because it's what killed 3v3.
Yes. God, I miss you, Twisted Tree Line, but I also don't miss standing behind Tryndamere for like 20 minutes and then the enemy Nexus just imploding on its own. I do like the dual jungle to speed up slightly. This will help Bust get into alignment out of this lane swap, and it will prevent Mozza and Lasp from really standing on him, which they would have done not even a Doran shield for this Renekton. Lions Creed worse, presumably not seeing this one coming either.
Yeah, and I like that they have some adaptation, right, from game 1 to game 2. It clearly shows that they've talked about it. They said, okay, what do we want to do? How do we prevent it? How do we bring it into our favor? But they've got to go into it once again. You know, can they make it work? The stacked waves are stacking, but this time it looks like Vi is almost protecting for the top side here. So they're actually saying, you know what, we're just going to try and 2v3 this to make this one into our favor. Here we go. Bust's going to have to just force it back to the tower. The flash coming through. Snepek's able to stay alive. A little bit of damage done, but I don't know if it was enough.
Yeah, I think it was nice. It denied the dive nicely. Mozza's summoners all gone. The Ashe also wanting probably to be at max range, commit the heal later on, take the first tower shot to nicely execute the Paragon dive. That opportunity's missing. Snepek's wasted his time up there, and with Porp being guided through his first set, was nicely defended. I like the teleport in here. Should just, manages to clip that second melee minion to Bust level 3. Might be able to start playing this out the classic 2v1 style where you give up some tower health, but eventually around level 5, level 6, you get the all-in.
And refresh. Ooh, taking a heavy trade in the bot lane. Spark already getting a plate off of the tower there. So Lions Creed etching their way towards a small lead, and the wave control definitely going to really matter, as we do see in the mid lane. It is all pretty relaxed. You know, Team Atopa and QQR just matching this one out. QQR, I imagine, just waiting until that level 6 mark to really become a menace.
Yeah, this is just the fleet footwork. My health will not go all the way down special. I think even though Team Atopa has a decent position, not a lot's going to happen before level 6. Interesting enough, the Azir has gone for the Grasp of the Undying build, as the Hawkshot reveals Porp's pathing there, which does mean the Azir will be a little tankier, should be a little more resistant to Akali picking him off later on. So Paragon do have that extra little bit of insurance and a little bit of hope that they might still be able to play 3 lanes even against an Akali.
The Snepex once again on that hard farming path, but this time not pulling away from Porp, right? We said it last time, able to get a level up, was able to start to cause a little bit of problems in the game. This time they're even, neck and neck, and no one is pulling ahead. And Snepex is looking to go for that second dive, but the wave is very small here. Only 1 minion to hold on to, and splashing forward goes Bust, but it's not going to be enough. A nice kill picked up. It is Mozza that takes that one. So maybe not full effectiveness Temporal, but a good first blood secured for Paragon.
I think it's even better on the Ashe till they get to Umbral Glaive. So will help them get to that sort of dominating position a little bit quicker. Keep Bust suppressed, a little more damage from the Ashe's auto attacks. Bit of a shame there. Porp, a little late, didn't read the dive properly. And there were loads of pings as the Scry's Bloom was picked. And it was just like, oh, he's not going to make it, is he? So Bust, unfortunately, the recipient of a little more struggles this game. The dives going Paragon's way, and Lions Creed have not aggressed onto the Scion. Diving the zombie is so risky.
But they have frozen away. So they've been able to deny a lot of CS still. Renekton is actually double the CS of the Scion.
Did have to commit the TP for it, but before 10 minutes, that's not such a bad thing. As the non-empowered teleport, not that useful, and frankly, Refresh probably should have used it by now to get a better wave timing. So unless there is something around this first dragon that the Scion's going to do, sure, Lions Creed doing great.
Okay, so round 2 of the lane swap situation from Paragon. Seemingly, would you say it's maybe going better for Lions Creed? Because I feel like Lions Creed were able to capitalize on it last time. They managed to get a couple of kills, so it almost feels like it's going as well as it was before. If actually, maybe slightly better to Paragon, because they're now going to get this dragon.
Yeah, it was 2 dragons and 6 grubs over to Lions Creed, and they executed a dive in the previous setup. They haven't got that rolling start right now, and a bit confused. Coalescing around bot lane here, this might be a 3v3 that would strictly favor Lions Creed. Spark and Zeta are coming up on their highest strength in the game. They'll still be strong as time goes on. This is where the difference between Varus Ashe and Lucian Nami starts to open up. Oh, he hasn't bought yet. Spark and Zeta missed a bit of a timing, and they have to be on base on their best moment in the game.
They are going back. They're not going to be there. Spark maybe gets there in time, but it looks like Paragon, they're going to reset themselves. They're going to go back to base. And I wonder if they then go back to the top side. Obviously, at the moment, Refresh taking on Bust a level up, even though a little bit of CS down. And Porp and Snepex, once again, same situation that we saw last game, Temporal. Snepex pulling ahead.
Yeah, the Viego does go through a bit quicker. It's a bit tougher for Vi, but once again, it's the PTA setup, so if they do find each other, even a level down, Porp will shred the first half of the health bar without having to commit everything. It's quite nice. QQ are also getting a bit stronger here. This grub's not as safe as it was last game, but Scion's still holding that teleport. There's virtually 5 members of Paragon here, so they should be the ones getting the objectives going this time. Not necessarily
taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, you know, it's much easier to go 40 minutes and, you know, max out Dragon Soul if all you've got to do is give them away.
Right now, though, Spark able to get a little bit of damage on, but hey, you know what? This Refresh Scion pick, I'm hearing it. I'm liking it quite a lot, actually. It is coming through very effective as Bust. And Porp are here in this top side. Snepex going to catch them out, though. And Porp forced away. So defending the Renekton, yes, but able to turn anything into Lions Creed's favor. That is a no.
Just small little things. QQR also hovering off that side of the lane, was ready just in case it was forced.
QR Small trade, but
I'm looking for some big moves in a few minutes. This is just the appetizer refresh going low. But yeah, Lions Creed not in such a rush this game.
Because and that's kind of the question for me, right? Because, okay, Lions Creed, I think, do scale a little bit better than they did in the first game. But we still are playing the game of Paragon go late. Paragon should have advantage. So I do want to see Lions Creed put a little bit of pressure on the game. Obviously, yes, 9 minutes in, okay, maybe that's not when it has to come through exactly. But from my perspective at the moment,
wouldn't mind
Paragon,
it coming through now, to be honest.
Yeah, Paragon are in the lead at the moment, and they are not slowing down. And if anything, it's almost giving a situation where Lions Creed are going to be a bit desperate come 5 minutes.
Yeah, like the shift of Lucian Nami to mid hasn't happened yet. The objective timer it could have been done around was skipped by Lions Creed having to go back to base. So it's a difficult position to be in. I don't really know where they should be looking for their next fight now. Once again, Lucian's heading down. I wouldn't mind Nami just standing behind Bust for a little while if Paragon are seen to repeat the, clear jungle, maybe dive top, threaten top, try and keep it a little close between Renekton and Sion. Instead,
Sion running in mid. QQR going to be hit by one of the two ultimates. That's the arrow. There's the knock up. And the Emperor's Divide opens up a gap in the mid lane with a kill to one side.
Mozza moves first, and the Ashe is lethal on the roam right now. Lions Creed will secure some plates, but a tough position when QQR gets sniped out of left field in mid.
Left field indeed. Well, actually right field if we look at the actual map. But either way, Paragon, it feels like maybe they did get the game 2 buff, but they just didn't need to go 0-1 down, because it feels like they are in so much control in this game. They feel way more composed than I've ever seen them before in the lane swap, which admittedly is only 2 times prior. But they are really just holding Lions Creed at bay, and it almost feels like it's not because they're just powering over them. They're just not allowing Lions Creed to make a play.
The lane swap is slowing down that 2v2 that I feel was crucial, not only to Lions Creed's victories where these teams have met in the past, but also even the way Paragon played it in their first victory over this team in our grand finals. It was bot diff. They caught out Spark trying to play the Varus lethality against Lasp to take it away from him with the Cogmore, but it was 2v2 differential, and such a strange shift now. Lions Creed were first on this. They had the priority, which has now been neutralized. Paragon shouldn't feel too bad approaching. Team Atoppa needs to get over here.
Ooh, they definitely don't feel bad about it. They're going to go aggressive, but do they have the damage? Refresh, core in the middle. Last going to be absolutely destroyed as Lions Creed step forward, and Paragon having to run away, tails between their legs as Lions Creed chase them through the rift. Bust going to have to step back a little bit too far away from Mozza and Team Atoppa, but Dragon secured, and Lions Creed finally bare their teeth.
That is what the Renekton is meant to do. Be the menace, jump up in the front line. We'll see him here as he peels off the objective. QQR comes in at the same time. A beautiful ultimate out of Porp. Keeps Lasp still. The Namiel over the top. This guy is not allowed to move. And PRG fall away. Snapex also at the bottom of his health bar. Looks like some AoE team fight going the way of Lions Creed this time. Nice layering of CC. Crucial to their first objective.
Lions Creed, though, still behind. That's what I want to focus on, right? One fight, God Dragon, but still 1,500 behind Paragon. Paragon have really taken control of this game, and they are not letting go. 5 grubs, gonna be 6 as well, Temporal. The objectives are still reigning in, and yes, they lost 1 dragon, but as we said, time is on their side.
It speaks to me that Lions Creed have been put off plan A this game. We're on plan B, C, or D right now. Taking that dragon fight was great, and they did the right thing, but it was off tempo around grubs. It hasn't set them up for success out on the map. I like the Lucian's on his own right now, hoovering up a load of farm, but with the static shift, they now need to make another move with no major objective on the map. So you got to make up a minor one. You got to see who you can pick. You got to see which vision you want. And I'm not sure, with plan A being, shift Lucian Nami, at least in my head, around the map and cause some struggles, even through a lane swap being abandoned. I'm not really sure what their next strongest thing to do here is, and they've got to figure it out for us.
They are starting to move the Lucian around the map, and Plates are still up for another 20 seconds, maybe a deep surge to get some more plates on the map. But I don't think it's going to happen, Temporal. I think they're going to have to play for just towers in general, as Porp trying to claim a little bit of space on the map, getting that Scuttle Crab, opening up a little bit of vision in the river. And once again, we just go back to that slow-tempoed pace of game that Paragon are so happy to play through.
Yeah, it is really the comfort zone. There is no real mechanism for Lion's Creed to say, oh, we're moving here, you have to fight us now. Paragon are so free to give all of this away. Sure, the Rift Herald goes down, but all of the towers bottom T1 are healthy. What are they going to break with this? Paragon don't even have to attend if they don't want to.
Are they going to give it away? TP coming in from Sion there onto the back of this fight, potentially looking for a flank here. Paragon have started to mobilize, and Refresh is going to walk away as last, getting the ultimate onto Spark, but in goes Lion's Creed, stepping once again forward, but Paragon, they start to swarm. Can they bring this one back into their favor? Lion's Creed in a massive advantage on this fight, 4 versus 3, and they're able to dip in and out. The Emperor's Divide gonna hold off for a little bit longer. Team Topper staying healthy, but Spark dashes in, a couple more kills, and Team Topper just having to watch his members die. And Lion's Creed able just to hold on once again, but not even just hold on, Temporal, but to step their foot on the gas and get another team fight win.
Lion's Creed secure the objective, and we'll watch off it. This seems to be Paragon saying, like, hey, they can't do this. They shouldn't be allowed. Spark does get CC'd, but it's overlapped. It's not for the greatest amount of time. The pit is the death of Paragon's bot lane. And with just their top side remaining, sure, Snepex is a real threat onto QQR here and does get him to ult away. The Spark is able to free fire through. There is no threat of Ash Varus causing him further issues. And despite having to burn some of his spells, Refresh falling, and Team Atopper having to blow his own flash. It's a steep price to pay for Paragon, who were advantaged so far in this game.
And they still are advantaged. They still haven't lost it, but I will say Lion's Creed etching closer and closer. Now, 500 gold closer to the target, only 1,000 between the two teams. And Paragon maybe starting to feel a little bit shaky. They were looking so strong, so composed, and now that's 2 fights back to back where they've almost needlessly gone for some fights and then lost them.
Yeah, it's fine to give the little things away. I don't think Lion's Creed would have made great use, or will make great use of the Rift Herald bar, maybe just dinging the tier 1 tower in mid. It would have been completely fine to give that away, and looking for an exit frag is fine, but committing to the whole thing, Paragon have to be careful not to get paranoid and fight Lion's Creed while the Lucian Nami are still at full power, while the Vi is still a threat on her own.
Setting themselves up for the Drake. 17 seconds before the Mountain Dragon is in play, and obviously, what a soul to get into this game that would be. Mountain Soul obviously going to be very beneficial for either side, especially with some BB tanks
that's
like
Sion. That's Sion scary. The Akali wants to 100-0 people, wants to make it fast, and Mountain Soul makes it that much more difficult to play the side lane out. Snepex here is a little overextended, not that he knows it. Lion's Creed won't push forwards. Instead, going to go catch some side waves.
Team atop of there with TP, so does Bast have it. We are going to see Refresh pushing for that tower. Going to be matched by QQR as Lion's Creed, the first ones on the objective. Now we're seeing the bot lane from Paragon start to make their way over. A lot of CC can be had from these two. Both ultimates up, Chains of Corruption and Crystal Arrow. As Porp playing with fire a little bit here, just dancing in and out of Dragon range, but opening up for QQR to start moving around the back of this fight. However, Snepex ready and waiting, looking to catch up the assassin, but will only just diffuse the situation as both teams go back to mid.
QQR got in deep here, and while Paragon pinged it out, they don't have like exit vision. They don't know the Akali's still there. Snepex in the blind.
Snepex just going to go for it either way, but getting pretty low. Porp now joining the fight as we do see the bot lane having to run away. Snepex just about getting out of there. QQR not able to finish off the killers. Refresh in the front line, taking all of the damage from Spark and just holding on. And now we see Paragon surging forward again, but TP behind them. The Renekton in the middle of the fight going to split up the whole grouping of Paragon, and QQR just delivered a free kill of Mozza on a plate.
Top T2, not that valuable, will give 700 gold over to Team Atopper, but the Az is already pretty strong. He's also going the tanky build. He's not going to be this one-shot machine. Lion's Creed will continue stacking the dragon. They're going to move away as fast as possible so they don't give anything else up on the map. And bust on this Renekton once again. drives a wedge between Paragon and the fight they feel they must take. While Paragon takes 2 towers, not bad in trade at all. Lions Creed start to take control of their own destiny, more importantly. QQR here so close to catching Snepex. I think if that flash was a little further, not sure if he could have tried to angle it off the wall and just chain the auto attack. And while they lose the Nami, losing Nami at the start of a fight, if Spark has done a bit of damage, is fine. He's the weaker half of the two. Spark here pushes forwards, and that is QQR doing so well at getting into the back line to push Lions Creed to a Team 5 victory. It's at the cost of some infrastructure, but not too bad.
And again, I will say Paragon living with a couple of very low health bars, right? We saw it in game 1. Slivers of health, just one auto, one ability would do enough, and Paragon would be a member down. But, oh, hold on, TP cancelled here. Oh, that was before the last fight, Temporal. That was why the Azir never joined. Instead, just taking the tier 2. So, with that being said, we're back in real time. Rift Herald going to be charging it down the mid lane. Here comes the crash. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Half HP on the tower.
Yeah, it does do less damage if no one's loaded inside, but with Team Atop ready to go and the teleport coming in.
Sion charging forward. Now the wave. Team Atop going to just be able to push Vi straight back into the team and obliterate Porb. Goodbye to the jungler. Goodbye to the engage from Lions Creed.
A little over exuberant there. QQR coming in, had some evasion, not so much luck for the Vi. And a person down now. 2 key to 3 key ultimates out from Paragon. But the best Lions Creed can do is hold their position and lick their wounds.
Ooh, Paragon extending their lead, by the way, Temporal. We've got to check in on this. 4.5k.
Yeah, not bad. That's the mid tier 1 and of course the massive gold injection for Team Atop on the solo tier 2. So if we look at gold, he's probably 1,000 ahead of QQR right now.
Oh, but maybe a little bit less if he gets caught out there. Spark just not able to do enough damage. Team Atop able to stay alive, and I feel like maybe this is just a sixth sense. Maybe it's like the caster sense is tingling here, but I feel like there's that looming thought for Lions Creed about this Baron.
Yeah, was it critical to them last game? And sure, they also want to fight Paragon again, and the main way to get someone to fight you at this stage of League of Legends, just tickle the Baron a little bit, just say hi and see if they run straight at you, see if they fear it. I think I like the mid-wave positioning with Lucian Nami. This is very summer 2021. This is very like, come at me bro, 2 items Lucian, you won't be winning this fight. This is sort of the beginning of the end of Lucian's power curve. He's really strong right now. Playing through a team fight against a 3-item lethality Varus will get a little bit more challenging because it's very easy to see the Lucian coming. He's very telegraphed. Throwing Chains of Corruption at his feet really makes it difficult for him. But for now, Lions Creed will enjoy that priority.
Lions Creed, Lions Creed, Lions Creed. They're trying to make something happen, but it's so far been very, very difficult. They've been starved of opportunities. Bust just able to hold on to this wave, but we again talk about the time game. Renekton going to be falling off. The Sion pretty much always going to be pretty powerful, as we've seen. Already very tanky, can already essentially just nullify the ultimate from Spark. And I don't see that getting any easier for Lions Creed to cut through. And at the moment, I got to go back to it again. Snepex 2 levels up now on the Vi as well.
Yeah, Viego just being more of the individual threat as time goes on. I really think this would be easier for Paragon if there was an Edge of Night on the Varus. I know it's slightly less damage than Yamu's and slightly less ability to move around. But if I'm Paragon here, I really don't want Flash Vial. I don't want Akali shocking him in the back line. And those are things that even the Static Shield of Lucian won't take off the shield from. I'm bit interested to see how Paragon want to play this out. I'm not sure they've super set themselves up for success, but Ashe Arrow sort of is a weapon that heals all issues. I'm not seeing it, Jay. I'm not seeing the approach to Baron.
Well, it may be an approach to Dragon first, because it is in 20 seconds. So far, Lions Creed, they're actually not setting up for it at all. It almost feels like they are happy to give over advantage to Paragon before the objective. I guess they still want to take that fight, right? So they're not going to fully set up and then fear away Paragon. They're
look
quite
at
happy to let them
QQR.
walk in. And as you say, QQR is starting to lurk round the back of this fight, but Paragon, they've got themselves set up, and they know that QQR is going to do this, right? They preempted it last time. Snipex went aggressive onto the Akali, but wasn't able to really fight 1v1. Now even in levels 13 and 13, Dragon going to be secured, Pulp going forward, and may have to just run straight back out. The route onto QQR does hold off and give space to Paragon, and they take the objective and walk away absolutely fine, Temporal.
An uncomfortably close smite steal there. Porp will get picked.
Oh, we're not done. Porp getting knocked up and then suppressed. It's all too much. The Vi goes down, and Paragon might look for the Baron.
A little too confident after walking into that dragon pit. Paragon's answer to the flank was to come together as 4, and then the teleport over the top to secure. Spark will deal about half the team on top his health here.
But we'll have to back away. QQR is still fishing though, looking for the kill, goes in Shroud, gonna buy them a little bit more time, but the stun coming through. QQR just cannot get onto the right target, and once again Paragon just nullifying any attempt Lions Creed have of making a fight happen.
Yeah, team at top are going for the tank build, well and truly justified in those last moments. Would have fallen if he was a squishier Emperor of Shurima. Teleport in, that is the Azir for the shuffle!
Here we go, Bubble a little bit early, Team Atomo going aggressive, Bus gonna be able to get the slow down. Here's the Emperor Survivor, double flash from Lions Creed, will buy them a little bit of space as Bus is trying the hardest to get these kills forward. QQR gonna have to go into stasis, will be knocked up and stunned, but it may be enough time. Bus may have done it, he may have held them off for long enough, and now it is actually Lions Creed that is stepping forward. Stepex in the back line is an absolute menace. The Viego is popping off and breaking hearts as Zeta with another stun. Paragon, it's messy, but they get it done.
A mad fight. So took so long to get that started that Porp had respawned and participated once again. Massive committal from Paragon.
Oh,
They
just out of range.
Yeah, they have come through here. Man, it's so unusual to see these two play double range supports, have all these tools. Let's see where this fight starts. We're around the dragon. Porp just flashed out of the pit after a very close smite steal. And yeah, eats an absolute sandwich out of the bush. And the setup begins, and Bust is going to start to frontline. QQR nearly takes out Team Atoppa, very tanky on this build, so he doesn't fall, even though less direct damage. He's going to recall into teleporting back down. Lions Creed try and use this window to push up on mid. They get a load of gold for Spark out of Refresh's health bar. The teleport in, Bubble a little early, but delayed by Bust in the front line. QQR still fishing for an angle. The double flash over. What Paragon said here is we've got the tools we need to go, but Porp respawns, equalizes the numbers advantage. So they lose Team Atoppa, they lose the overextension, but Bust is unable to convert more than one in the backside. So after all that, it is only Paragon coming out on top, and Lions Creed's reversal of the fight becomes unsuccessful.
I said it time and time again, this Viego is starting to become a problem, and we saw it in that last fight, right? The Viego able to just cut through the back line. Is now, whoa, where are you going, Porp? Or actually, maybe they made the big play here. Porp able to open up, and now Lions Creed decide to find the scrappiest of fights in the game so far, and they might be able to find Team Atoppa as well. Stasis is going to buy a little bit more time for the Emperor, but the knockups, the stuns, the damage is there. They kill off Team Atoppa, Azir is down, and Lions Creed have an opening for an objective.
Paragon should be confident after back-to-back wins, but it's only 4,000 gold. It's only little moves.
Ooh, they might be confident. Here comes the Scion again. A big knock-up into the front line, but Lions Creed hold them at bay. Paragon having to step once back. The Snepex level 15 Temporal is so powerful. If they can get any reset in this fight, it might be all over. Bust holding the front line. The arrow from downtown collides, but is it going to be enough? The health bars are low, but do they have the damage to finish it off? Snepex needs to cross the T's and dot the I's, but cannot do it in this team fight. Lions Creed survive, and they give some momentum back to themselves.
Paragon need to respect that QQR and Spark both do an immense amount of damage quickly, and sure, it won't get them through a whole team fight, but if you are Lasp, if you are Malza checking that river, you need to be so careful. A little disrespect leads to a Baron, and sure, it's a little play in, 1,000 gold off of Paragon's lead, and with the dragon coming up, focus will now move back over to this side of the map. Paragon just need to be careful using their lead here. A little too excited.
TP's coming in. Paragon holding on. Still biding their time. 18 seconds before the Dragon Temporal. This would be, or this is, Soul Point for either team here. And Lions Greed, they've started to string together a couple of good team fights. Refresh now a little bit caught out of position here. Gonna have to just go back, but the damage from Team Atoppa is starting to dig in. Little jabs here and there onto the sides of Lions Greed, whittling them down. Snapex obviously the big target that they need to worry about though.
I like the discipline from both teams here. Spark doesn't unload the culling onto Refresh to try and chip him out. Wouldn't have quite been enough, even though it would have given him a bunch of gold. They're holding their cooldowns. Porp looking for the engage. Can't go too deep, or once again he'll be shuffled under the proverbial bus of Paragon. We look for Scion ult, I think, just through the wall here. Could try and get into the pit. Refresh has got a careful calculation to make.
QQR on the back line, trying to go in, trying to get to the target, but targets have all disappeared, but last missing, but the arrow connects. Can it be enough? QQR is still diving in, the perfect execution, not going to come through. And
You got him?
now in stasis, he may be able to make it out, but he doesn't. Snebex takes the kill, and now Refresh holding off the front line. Zombie form Scion charging through Lions Creed and forcing them back, and PRG once again win a team fight. Once again, they hold on Temporal. And now they're going to start the Dragon 4 versus 4. But look at the HP bars. Lions Creed, they're trying to heal up. They're trying to go back as the Emperor steps forward. But Spark is going to have to flash away. And Lions Creed surely this time have to leave the vicinity.
Neither of these teams has managed a clean series all year. Even in the group stage of this tournament, Lions Creed had to drop one just to experiment, just to get out there. QQR, a fantastic setup onto Lasp here. The dual flash slows the Akali down. So Lasp manages to get away. The flash forwards in the auto. The threat answered with its own. The Akali really nicely delayed and drawn out. Kill under the tower. Lasp surviving there is the key to Paragon playing forwards. Snepex taking all of those items. Rejoins Lions Creed, who have taken down the raid boss, but at the cost of their own cooldowns and health bars. If Paragon do this today, Jay, it will have been on no one's bingo card. It will have been in the back of no one's heads that this team would not only win, but in such dominating fashion.
Yeah, they really have showed up, and I'm loving the progress from them. Maybe a little bit shaky in some matches in group stages, but really showing how strong and how definitive a team at Paragon can be, having Lions Creed on the ropes, not once, but twice Temporal and back-to-back at that. But can they close out? The end of the game, obviously the most important. The game not over until you get that 50 gold from the Nexus. And Porp trying to make it Lions Creed's. Another kill secured. Mozza down. Opening for Lions Creed.
Once again, gain numbers advantage. This has trended them towards the Baron, but with this team composition, they need to get Akali into a side lane and able to move around. Priority in top means that Refresh has an easy angle in here. This is a difficult situation to do the Baron in. Snepex should be able to come through. QQR not level 16 and picked.
Ooh, needs to be careful. Tries to get out, but so much damage. Stasis buys a little bit of time. Will be able to get them out, but now in goes the Scion, charging forward. TP going to be coming in. That's going to be team at top of the years here. Will be joining in this fight. Porp taking so much damage. Immediately just going to be bursted down as Bust dives onto the Emperor, but the Baron playing their role. The damage is falling upon both teams, but who will come out champion? Once again, the name you've heard all night, Paragon, win the team fight.
They make it look easy, Jay. They push the side wave. They collapse in. They deny Porp in the front line. And I think it's fair to say Paragon at full steam now. The Lucian Nami starting to fall off. Sure, you get that mid-prio, but beautiful, beautiful setup here onto Mozza. Smite to take away the Edge of Night, and Snepex continues to push forwards. Doesn't want to let QQR in any further than he needs to. While the red buff will be vision, it gives away QQR in the bush. Fantastic wherewithal. The Akali that has caused Paragon so many issues this game goes missing early. By committing to the objective, Lions Creed reduce their ability to move through the enemy jungle, to be mobile at a moment's notice, and sure, they managed to hold it out, but Team Atop are coming in, and the Zhonya's to extend out, overbust. Makes it so difficult to play through.
Oh, as we have fighting,
Mozza's
as we
dead
go
again.
Back.
All right.
Oh, going to be able to kill Mozza once more, and as we said, a story that has been read once, maybe at least twice. But Paragon still holding strong even without their support, still able to pull off these big team fight wins. And it's the big question of, okay, Lions Creed may be able to find this pick each time, but they're not finding the team fight win, and it's getting more and more crucial. Temporal. 1 minute 30 until the Mountain Soul is potentially secured by Paragon.
I don't know where you attack if you're Lions Creed. You found a few nice flanks, you've found Lasp a few times, but at this stage, Snepex and Teamatop are more than enough on their own to play through. We haven't spoken much about Snepex this game compared to Teamatop or Refresh, but 219, 3 items through this Viego, has been the beneficiary of many a fantastic team fight. The resets have been so lethal. He's 3 levels up, almost level 18. I think if we flick over the XP again, at the same time as his laners. This guy has been hoovering up jungle farm and is part of so much of what Paragon do. And with the dragon coming up, it is going to be Paragons to lose. They aren't in first. There is a pick set up. We've seen this go wrong for Lions Creed in the last few minutes.
And you have to remember that not only is Snepex the same level as Teamatop, but that means that he's a level up on QQR. He's 3 levels up on Porb. Absolutely monstrous from the Viego. As now Lions Creed, they had the pick potential, but they had to give it up. Refresh able to just storm the fort, walk forward, and force Lions Creed back again. The dragon is looming. 4 seconds now, Temporal. A lot weighing on this fight. QQR once again trying to get that flank.
5,500 health on Refresh's Scion. Way too much for Lucian to pick through quickly. Snepex sees the objective has been started. Going to call his carries over from midwave. Priority secured.
Ooh, able to get in there, holding themselves in that invisibility. Will they be found out? There's the steal! They take it! The Mountain Soul secured! The fight after! This is Lions Creed last stand. Can they make it count? They get Snepex! The shutdown is there, but can they hold on? Teamatopper in the backline of the fight with QQR. Now here comes the raining of the arrows, but Spark is still alive, still strong, and still moving forward. Triple kill to the Lucian, and Refresh is just another one for the chopping block. The Scion will slowly make their way down their health bar, maybe taking Zeta, but it does not matter. Lions Creed win a team fight when it mattered.
The soul is a huge prize for Paragon, but not worth the wipe of the team. 4 kills over to Spark is such a huge victory at this stage. Without the ability to convert, we'll have to see what Lions Creed do next. But look at the way this fight starts up. Paragon are late. Even though Snepex manages to get in here and in a statement over his adversary, uses his ultimate to execute over the top of his smite. Untargetable, untouchable in that moment, Snepex secures it. But Teamatopper has been left on the outside, Spark given a shooting galley over the top, even though they lose their top laner.
We see that the inhib has already been taken. It looks like Lions Creed have managed to break the base. They're opening themselves up, Temporal, and this is one step closer to them taking this game and holding themselves to a 3-game series.
They're crawling forward slowly. Lions Creed. I don't know if they're going to get another fantastic chance like that where Teamatopper and Lasp aren't able to open up at the start of a fight. But when they do, they just manage to make it happen. Level 18's through now for Snepex and Teamatopper. And just as I said, that Lions Creed can't buy more items than anyone else last game, Paragon can't level over 18. There is now no point in Snepex and Teamatopper taking resources and, leveling up further. This is as far as they go. There isn't much more in the bank for items for either of them either. So we'll be on Lions Creed to try and get QQR to that one-shot stage. I don't know how they're going to take out Refresh's Scion. That's going to be a mystery to me. But Lions Creed still with experience to gain.
Even in the end of that last fight, it still took a whole lot of time for that Scion to go down. So, yeah, definitely if there's the target in the start of your fight, maybe rethink that one.
Yeah, difficult position. All right, tier 1 goes down. That's just a little bit superfluous at this stage. That's just a bit extra. Lions Creed have to deal.
First gold lead.
Hey, they've done it. They've caught up. Shutdowns in that last fight, I guess.
It's allowed to give them a little bit of space, but Paragon, they've said, hey, you know what? We're done hiding. We're done waiting for a team setup. We are just going to walk straight into your base and take the tower. That has opened up mid, and they might look for the inhib as well, but QQR around the fight again. Ooh. Huge problem as Porb stepping forward. You gotta be cautious, buddy. You've seen yourself die a few times now. Do not give Paragon any openings.
I have to be so careful on the approach. The Vi fragile at this stage. Nami barely a whisper in the wind when it comes to her health bar. Even Bust at 3 items is not enough to stand up to 3.5 of Scion. They're not tanky. They have to be precise in their approach, and Refresh is lurking for the play.
Orb looking for the potential steal here, trying to get themselves into the pit. Refresh with the stun though, holds them out. No chance for the steal. Baron secured. QQR now in the pit as we see Bust and Spot on the backline trying to make it happen, but QQR is low. Stasis done. Goodbye Akali, and maybe goodbye Lions Creed RPS. They're on the run. They're trying to get away, but Paragon smell the blood in the water. They are on the chase. Spark doing everything that they can to get away, and they will just about make it out alive, Temporal, but for what cost? For how long? Paragon from strength to strength claim another.
Lions Creed try the approach here. They are desynchronized. Refresh throwing that spanner in the works makes this so difficult. All of those ultimates piled on top to ensure the Baron goes down. QQR late to the fight, but he's still shuffled away. Manages to live a little longer, but it's not enough with the Zhonyas. And at least this 3 unit of Lions Creed can move away together. If they lose Spark here, they lose everything, and the base would fall. But with Spark still up, with the wave from their inhibitor pushing towards the Paragon base, Lions Creed buy themselves a few extra minutes. It's about circumstance now, Jay. We've got all our items. We've got all our levels. Lions Creed have to thread the needle. They have to evade this Scion. They have to pick last off at the side. Without that extra bit of advantage,
Snipex.
they won't find it. Paragon here should feel comfortable moving forward. Snipex, so tanky.
Dragon spawning in 44, but we may not even see the fight around it. Paragon stepping up once again. Bust looking for an opening, trying to be that Florida Gator. Catches you out in the Everglades, but not this time. Once again, Paragon stay together. They stay strong as a unit and walk forward. The Goliath that is the Scion. Refresh stepping up, buying space, giving an opening, and forcing decisions to be made. Lions Creed go aggressive here, buy into the backline with QQR. Can they make it happen? But the first blood is going to be taken to Snepex. They move forward, they get the kill, they get Bust, and they're looking for more. Spark on the side is going to get onto the fountain. Will not go down, but the job may be done. Snepex steps back, but Teemo, Topa, and Refresh break the base. The Nexus, the last thing alive. Teemo, Topa with stasis. Spark is trying to do it, but will be taken down, and Paragon move forward 2-0.
We said at the top of the day, Jay, UK and Ireland would get a team into top 4. I didn't think like this, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. Paragon came to play today. They knew their groove, and they jumped straight into it. Lions Creed deserve a huge hand at the end of that game. Even Spark refusing to lose, refusing to go down until he was on his Nexus tower steps.
And there's questions for Lions Creed. Should they have switched it up? Should they have done this? Should they have done that? They're going to be floating around. They'll be answered hopefully by someone at some point, but all I have to say is well played, Paragon. You know, they came in. We said it in the warm-up. We said it in the pre-game. We said it in the UKEL even. We weren't sure of the consistency. We weren't sure of the adaptation. We weren't sure if they'd be able to keep themselves on the right path to win these big series. We knew the players were good, but we thought, can they always show it? And today, Temporal, they did it in style. Twice against Lions Creed. A massive performance where it felt like they were always in control.
Yeah, and I would, like, after seeing the Talia, Aurelion Solban, I was like, good, we're here to play now. And they still managed to pull it out. They had the backup plan. They were prepared with the lane swaps. Paragon have well and truly earned this.
We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will be getting an interview from Paragon, the new team going forward into the semi-finals. Hello and welcome back. And we are joined by the man himself, maybe even the top lane weak side god at the moment with the Ornn photo coming through. We are joined by Refresh. Welcome in. Paragon have made it through to the semi-finals. Let's just open up with the obvious question. How have you guys made it happen?
Oh,
It's okay to say sheer. It's okay to say sheer force of will and not a lot.
the power of friendship, you know. But
Nice.
I think the lane swap really worked for us. We only learnt it from our coach, like 10-minute brief, and we just went for it. I think our macro is really good, and we just had to play with our mechanics as well and see how it goes. But that's about it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Talking about Mr. Swap the lanes, like this is a very like Jay's been really impressed. He's been learning top this season, and I've been really impressed because I've ditched top for the same reason this season. You held on tanks really well outside of your traditional like Camille wheelhouse. How has been swapping lanes for you? Is it easy enough? Is it good to just trust your teammates? Does it stress you out, or is it just easy?
I mean, 100%. I've been struggling with like the first 3 levels because I die quite a lot. But afterward, I think first game I died twice in like 5 minutes. Whereas in game 2, I think I died once and then they just started freezing, but I was getting XP. I think that was like the mistake because our top lane was getting our top side, which our AD carries are, like getting a lot of gold, and I think we were just getting a lot more than them. So I think we just skilled a lot better as well.
All right. The UK and Ireland hopeful you now are. Sweden awaits in the next round. Bloodline have looked really strong this tournament. You've already played them. I must admit, I didn't watch the game, but Jay seems to think you got another uphill struggle ahead of you. Is it still full speed ahead? Are you going to show them what you're made of?
I won't say anything yet to give us,
Nice.
Yeah.
we'll try to be humble, but we are the underdogs and we like that. And we've always been the underdog since the UK, obviously. But we'll try our best.
Okay, and I got a final question for you, Refresh, which is
Yeah.
maybe more relaxed, right? But essentially, obviously, we've seen you guys for a while now, right? We've seen you since UKL started. We saw you through all of the season, then the playoffs. You improved from season to playoffs quite a lot. There was a massive jump for you guys. But it feels like you guys have gone one step further now in the RPS tournament. What do you kind of put that down to? Is it just the fact that you guys are practicing a lot? Is it the fact that, like, the strategies are working for you? Is it your meta? Is it switch ups? Like, well, what do you feel has really harmonized you guys as a team to make you who you are today, which has been an absolute great show to watch?
I think, I mean, we've known each other for like a lot of times because we've played since like uni years, and we just trust our own calls. And not gonna lie, the past, because everyone in our team is doing exams, so we haven't really done any scrims.
Okay, yeah.
Honestly, like we haven't done scrims at all, like recently. So I think it's just going through it and playing with our mechanics. That's it.
Ain't no pressure like the overwhelming education system and the real life breathing down your back.
It's a struggle,
no
man.
pressure at all.
No, well, absolute respect to you guys at Paragon, right? A massive win, monumental. Some would say one of the biggest upsets potentially in the tournament, right? Coming through, and you might even go and make one even bigger if you beat Bloodline. I've already started talking rubbish about the Swedish team, so you got to back me up, Paragon. You got to win the game now. You can't let me down, otherwise we're going to be getting in the neck from Twitter. So make sure you win the next series. No pressure, but we'll see you soon. We're going to let you go, Refresh. Anyone you want to give a final shout out before you say goodbye?
Shout out to my team. They played really well, and I think our support. He is a new addition to our team, and I think he's been doing really well for us. And I'm glad that we have him. And yeah.
Indeed, thank you very much. Right, we're going to say goodbye to Refresh. Let's bring it back to me and Temporal to close out the show. We've had a massive series. We've seen two teams make it through to the semi-finals. Bloodline versus Paragon is going to be next on this side of the bracket, but it is not the next game that you guys will be watching at home. There is more games tomorrow, 2 more quarterfinals to decide the semi-finals for the other side of the bracket. But Temporal, for today, any final thoughts?
Watching the group stages, Lions Creed played out of their minds, and they got to go home. It is the end of their spring split. I don't want them to sort of take it too hard and take it as their ceiling. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. However, for Paragon, it was first Exeter, then the UK and Ireland, and now the north of Europe. All theirs to take. What excellent gameplay. Bloodline didn't play against this version of Paragon in groups. I think that's fair to say. When I skimmed through, it's going to be thrilling to see if they can go top 2, make it to NLC Div 2. They're students, man. Student esports goes deep, and apparently it swings high as well.
Yeah, UK is back, baby. We're back here once again. Still better than Finland. Just have to say that. I just like beefing Carvus and Duckling a lot, so it's Carvus' day to get beefed. I had Duckling in the group stage, you got to send a little bit of fire. And obviously
quickly looking over the rest of the tournament, we're about to be a lot better than Denmark and almost Norway as well. Maybe. Maybe.
Well, teams got to step up. They've got to be able to allow for their nations to chant for them. But with that being said, that is all from us today at the NLC RPS. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Do not miss it. Semi-finals are calling, and 2 more teams need to make their way through.